And we should be live. Everybody should be able to hear and see us now, including the singing dogs. Howdy, everybody. Welcome in. As you can see, we got a special guest here, Mr. Paul Case. And while Tina's talking, I'm going to go squirt the dogs.
Turn my sound down so we don't get an echo. Well, Molly knew better. She run. How is everybody tonight?
Sorry, I had my sound on still. I fixed it, I think.
Gotcha. I turned my phone on, had the same thing. I got dogs running everywhere to get away. Oh. Let's see who we got in here. Of course, Jessie said she was first.
She ain't even in here now.
She's sitting over in the truck. There's Tony Wall, Star and W Farmstead, says tell you happy birthday.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate it.
Troy Sutton, howdy. And Adventure America, howdy, howdy. Oh, that's bright. Eric's trying out a new light and he blinded me. It ain't dark yet.
Oh, I know. I was just looking at it. It ain't going to take long. The sun's already down below the trees.
Yep, before we know it, it will be dark out here every night.
Getting to be my favorite time of year. So.
Are you guys familiar with homesteading with the laws?
Yes, I've been watching them a little bit, running their sawmill.
Hey, we're live this morning. I was watching them saw up some stuff and try to turn a log over without getting it to roll on them. They seem to be pretty game.
I think I had them on a little bit this morning, but we were flipping through and looking at different things.
Yeah, well, it didn't stay in the house very long this morning either because we got out and started working. So,
well, you got to play with that new toy. I mean, tractor.
Yeah, tool.
Cool.
Well, yesterday I spent all day on it. First off, I had to go get a new tire put on it because when I bought it, it had one of the front tires had a big hole in it. The only thing holding it together was the inner tube, and I was moving some dirt over, and last load it's like, yep, nope. So I parked it that last night, and Thursday night, and then I got up first thing yesterday morning, took it tire shop up in Goodman and got the tire fixed, got back home. Then I had to fix the mower because I ran over some metal with it. So I actually used the loader on it to pick the mower up so I didn't have to lay on the ground. Got it cleaned up, ready to go. And then I went to moving more dirt and brush hogging. I was dodging a tree and I leaned over and wasn't paying attention. And as I went this way, my hand went that way. So I drove the tractor even further in the tree, busted the muffler off on it. That thing's really loud without a. But I kept on going. Luckily, it wasn't blowing back in my face. Just my ears was ringing by the time I was done. But
so 2 days he's had it, and he's broke 2 things.
Eric's the overachiever.
I worked hard yesterday.
That's all I heard all night last night. Every time he get, and he's like, I worked hard today.
So yeah, some of you already have seen it, but those that haven't, we got us a new tractor for the farm.
Finally,
we'll be working on a video for it, getting it together. It'll be pre me breaking it. But it's
no, it'll be pre the breakdowns you haven't even had yet. That's
there you go.
You use it, it's gonna break. That's just
and I'm gonna be using it hard, getting some stuff mowed back up and back into shape where it used to be. Gone so long without a good tractor, and then with the front end loader, we got even more chores for it that we need to be done. But mother-in-law, we had an old oak tree.
It was a big oak tree, wasn't it?
There's a big oak tree, and my mother-in-law just piled up dirt and rocks and stuff, made like a big flower bed around it.
If you knew how many years we had to pick up rocks and put around that tree.
And in just a couple of days, I've about got them all gone.
That was our punishment. Go out and pick up rocks and carry them to the tree
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
for many years.
I guarantee you that thing was probably between 3-4 foot tall. And then,
Tall?
yeah, not the tree, the pile of rocks and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And then good, I'd say at least 12 foot around. So there's a lot of stuff in there. Then when tree died, we got it cut down and burnt the stump out.
Actually, the storm knocked it down, part of it.
Part of it.
And then when the loggers were out, we had them go ahead and cut the rest of it down because it was way too big for any chainsaw you had.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we finally got the stump and everything gone.
Now we finally got the pile about gone. I got a little bit left with it, but not much. But yeah, it's so nice looking out there, not having that big pile. So
that and all the brush you growed up it because he was afraid to mow.
Yeah, well, I couldn't mow it.
Right.
You go to changing things like that, nobody will be able to give directions in your neighborhood.
But luckily, there's not too many. There's only one farm past us, and so we're just about to the end of the dead end road. If you go past us, you're trespassing on neighbor's place.
Now, you guys know where this is at, and I doubt if very many people in the chat will know, but for 4 years, and it was 4 years ended back 7.5 years ago, I pastored Swartz Prairie Baptist Church. You know where that's at? It's on DD Highway, and it's between Y and 43.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a guy there named Ron that led our singing some of the time while I was there. And Ron invited us to his house for steaks. And you went to, I'm thinking it was the stoplight it was a stoplight. You went to the stoplight at Goodman on the highway and went west.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave me directions to his house. He said, I'm the third place from the end of the road. And I'm like, really, Ron? We got to drive to the end of the road and turn around and come back to find your place. He said, oh, you'll know what one it is.
Uh-huh. Well, that's about like when I worked for Simmons. I worked out of the hatchery, so we hauled the birds to the farms. And we had one farm, or actually there's two farms, but the first time I went over there, was going to one farm. It's down by Disney. Mm-hmm. And I kid you not, and we had a binder with all the farms with directions and everything to them all. So when we get to new farms that we hadn't been to before, we'd go look at those directions. And I kid you not, one of them was just turn left at the small gravel pile at the corner. I looked at our manager. I'm like, you got to be kidding, right? He goes, nope, because I promise it's there. I'm like, all right. And me and my partner, we get over there, which it was my day to drive. I get up there, and I kid you not, it was just a little chat pile. It only said about maybe 2-3 foot tall, and it's only maybe about 4 or 5 foot around. It's just a little bitty gravel pile. And it was sitting right there. It's like, well, that works.
Directions from the gravel pile, huh?
Yeah.
So, we used to grow chickens for Simmons, and my dad was the one who started us in that. And he actually built a farm that's 2 miles over from where mine is. And he started growing for Simmons when I was a junior in high school.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't notice it until years down the road. Simmons, when they'd had Dad write out the directions of how to get to his farm, and they write that on every feed ticket, they had missed a whole line when they copied it. When whoever was typing it had missed a whole line, and you could not follow what it read and get there. No way.
Mm-hmm.
It would leave you off down somewhere south of Peoria.
Uh-huh.
And so when I wrote my directions to my farm 3 years later, I just wrote, you go to Max Case's farm and then go 2 miles west or east. And nobody ever came that way, but that was what I had them on there for directions.
Yeah, some of those directions get really sketchy. You get down, especially down into Arkansas, and then there's a few farms here in McDonald County that was just, you look at those directions, you're like, there ain't no way. And tell them you get there. The craziest ones we went to, though, was down around Mountainburg, Arkansas. and
Oh
it's
yeah.
US 71 going down towards Fayetteville, and you get up top of this mountain, and then you turn off, and it's just straight switchbacks for about a mile and a half down, and you go across this big old valley. And I mean, I tell you that the valley was beautiful. That once you got to the bottom, but going down the switchbacks, those buses that we drove, there was only one vehicle going one direction. We met a feed truck coming up the switchbacks about halfway down. I was like, but he's not going to be able to back down that thing. So my partner, he got in the back of the bus and yelled right and left to me as I'm trying to back this bus back up halfway up this mountain. And we get up there, the feed truck driver stopped and rolled down his windows. He goes, "That was the craziest thing I ever did," because I just knew you guys were going to wind up going down over the side of that. I was like, I was doing everything we could to keep from it. So
yeah, there was quite a few of those farms they picked up down that way that were Campbell's soup growers, and they picked them up after I got started. They started giving bonuses, and we couldn't figure out why they would do it because we figured everybody was somewhat automated. There was a bunch of them guys were still feeding chickens by hand.
oh
That
goodness,
was in the mid '90s.
That's a lot of chicken.
Giving bonuses for them having automated feeders.
yeah.
And we were like, who don't, and then we found out they had offered contracts to all those Campbell soup growers and had managed to get them lined up to buy from them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of down there that they wouldn't leave the farm, but maybe once or twice a year to get groceries and stuff. Everything they had, they kept for themselves. They grew all their own food and
grew everything they needed. Hey, there was two at one time that they was delivering. They had trailers that hauled them chicks, and one of them they called the Smith Way.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember what they called the other one, but the very first one of them that they ever got, that Simmons ever had, to where they was delivering a whole 4-house farm on one tractor trailer load. Yep. The first farm they ever delivered to was my dad's farm.
Oh wow! Yeah, I
Had
was
a little forklift on the back of it, didn't it?
Yep. I was still there when they started using that. When I started hauling birds, when I first started working there, where I worked inside the hatchery, they hadn't gotten it yet. And then when I said I wanted to be a driver, they was just in the process of getting that, because up till then everybody just had the Class B CDL. Mm-hmm. So once they had that on order, they had all the current drivers getting Class A's, and then when I went and got mine, now I had to get a Class A.
You probably remember the guy that drove that. He worked in the hatchery.
Mark
Eaton.
Mark Eaton, I know.
Brought them up here, and that very first load, and there was a bunch of guys with white shirts on from Simmons trying to tell us how we was going to have to unload them, and they had us unloading the whole house worth off of those aluminum pallets and setting them down, and then dumping them out and carrying the empty boxes 200 foot, some of them, back down to the end to go out. And my dad looks at Mark after it took us an hour to dump one building.
Yeah.
And ours usually held 22.5. And he says, Mark, I think if you just stay on there and back them up, we could pick them off and dump them off and stack our empties back on that while you're backing up, and we wouldn't have any trouble. And we got started doing that, and we unloaded one flat of them, one pallet. And he got back out of there, and the chicks was all staying pretty still, and every one of them white shirts left. We didn't have to deal with them no more. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it was like, I really don't care what they say. We have something else to do this afternoon, Yeah. And so, but my dad kind of had a reputation of telling those guys whenever they would come around, if they trying to pull some slick BS on us, well, we would just tell them, well, we haven't ever done it that way before, and this way we're doing it works pretty good, and it ain't killing us, so leave us alone. And they appreciated my dad not using his gun on them. They really did. They deserved it. But,
I remember Mark Eaton, and we had a couple. I went to one farm down in Arkansas, and it was one that they've been after him for a long time to update, because they had the old chicken house where we actually backed into the end of the house instead of in the middle, which it was a smaller house, so it wasn't a very long run running those birds in. But they've been after them for a long time, and they finally agreed to start upgrading some of their houses and building new ones. And I don't remember what it was we got over there, and they was in bad moods. Well, we going down the road, come to, we passed a couple semi trucks, pickups coming out, and was like, that's something you don't see every day. And we get there, and they're not very good moods, and they were not friendly with us at all. And about halfway through, they're like, "We're sorry," because our tech and a couple of his bosses was out here, and we got into it, and so we didn't mean to take it out on you guys. Like,
well, when they wanted us to update, of course, and they told my dad and I both that if we didn't update, that they wouldn't offer us any more contract. And what they wanted us to do that day when they come out and met with us didn't make any sense to me. They wanted us to sign a letter of intent that we intended on updating, but they wouldn't talk to us about what the update was. And I looked at one guy and I'm like, I ain't going to commit to do something that I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
And he says to he ignored me after I said that. And he said to my dad, well, I can see it's a waste of time talking to you guys anymore. And I informed him the waste of time was the 30 minutes we waited on them to get there. And they left. The really killer thing was Dad sold his farm, and the guy who bought it is still operating it. But man, they're on like a shoestring budget. If his wife didn't have a job at a local casino, they wouldn't have enough money to pay their bills sometimes. But I didn't. You all know because you've seen my videos and stuff. I kept my buildings. They were on family land. And actually, I didn't have any luck trying to sell them. I actually got a contract to grow birds after that for Moark. And the difference between Moark and Simmons was just night and day. But we were doing different things. I was growing pullets. And I'd get them little boogers and keep them for 16 weeks, and they go to another farm to lay eggs for a year.
Yep.
And what I was doing for Simmons was growing broiler chickens.
Right.
You know that. They'd show up less than 3 days old, and we keep them about 40 days, and they'd weigh 4 pounds. So.
Yeah.
And I mean, you could literally see them growing. You go in there one time, and they're all yellow and cute, and next time you go in there, they got ugly pin feathers started everywhere. And then they turn into muscle chickens.
Yeah.
What my dad called them. They look like muscle chickens. But that was what we did. But Simmons, if you had a problem, they were really kind of had their hands tied as far as what they could do to help you with a problem. They couldn't, because they were meat chickens and they were going to be processed in X number of days. You couldn't really like run antibiotics or anything like that.
Right.
But Moark was in it for the long haul. And so if I had a problem with growing those birds that I was growing for Moark, they'd show up and help. There's only 2 field men for Moark in our area over their pullets.
Oh,
and
wow.
He told me they picked up like 40 farms like mine whenever they picked me up. And so they had a lot of irons in the fire. And I was talking with a guy not long ago, and I mentioned my field man's name for Moark. He said he's still working for them. Yeah, it's kind of like joining a family.
Hey, we got somebody else popping in.
Let's see here. Add the stage.
I didn't mean to eat up all of your time by.
Oh, you're fine.
You're good.
What's up?
Hey, our Louisiana Live, howdy.
For real? How y'all?
Doing good. Doing good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Still raining down that way?
No, we're drying up now. So it's all gone.
We already are
dry and stayed dry the whole time.
We could use a little of that moisture if you wouldn't mind sending some this way.
Hey, we could use a little bit more than we got, but I mean, 2 inches is pretty good when you're as dry as we was.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been dry down here, but I didn't realize because my dad's got a farm, which Paul, you're familiar with the area just west of Joplin there by KSN's TV station. He's got a farm up there, and he's about ready to start feeding hay. His grass is completely dead.
Yeah, out there on the chat flats, kind of. I've been putting some hay out. One bunch of my cows, the replacement heifers I've got, don't have as many acres, and most of it was hay field that got baled off. and they're eating some of it, but they're not like they're still getting a lot of other because 21 of them up there are only going through a bale every days or something like that.
Yeah, he got rid of a bunch of his calves that he had, so he's got it back down to I think he's 10 or 11 what he's sitting at right now.
I'm fixing to haul some on Tuesday. Yeah.
That one more cut, but it didn't happen, so he just brush hogged what he had, and he's like, yeah, it rained now. He goes, hopefully it'll grow, but he's about ready to start dropping hay.
Which I was really surprised. The neighbors over yonder was cutting hay today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't have very tall though.
No.
I've been hauling logs past a bunch of guys that was making some hay this week, and they was still cutting stuff that hadn't been cut once. If that tells you anything.
Wow.
So they was making some, but
Yeah.
it's pretty dry. You can tell when they're mowing it and making a lot of dust. It's pretty dry.
No,
Yeah.
We're done with ours as far as what we're cutting for us, except for my field here at the house. I just fertilized it right before we got the rain here from the hurricane. And so we're going to try to get a cutting of square hay off it. So we should make for some good. And we've got a neighbor that still wants us to cut 2 fields for him. And then we'll be done with the hay.
What is your frost date normally there, Trey?
It kind of varies, but normally we'll start getting some in 1st October, you know, but it varies every year depending on the weather.
And that's not that much different than us.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of times we don't start really getting a frost till like every night, or a hard killing frost till around Halloween, last day of October, 1st November. And sometimes we'll even have a couple weeks after that the fescue grows good.
Yeah.
If we get any moisture.
Yeah.
That's something I just don't have any control over, y'all.
Nothing we can do about it, is it?
Lick, you just take what you get. And kind of makes you think, hey, good Lord knows what he's doing. And then sometimes you're wondering, are you awake up there?
Yeah.
I know, though, he knows we've been dry because I've been informing him of that.
Yep.
Man, look, we got, which I think everybody did, but last year it got bad dry. I think we was putting hay out here around mid-August last year.
Yeah, that's why we were here.
Hay out. It got so bad last year.
I'm in a little bit of a unique situation. I have a lot fewer cattle than I have acres. And we've been trying to run a little bit correction on that, but it really works in your favor when you have a dry year because you manage to get enough hay made. I've carried over, I think I carried over 150 bales last year, round bales, and they're in the barn. And my boys carried over 100 last year. And so we didn't have to make a whole bunch of hay, and we still baled everything we usually bale once, and didn't let much go because you don't know.
This year is the first year in, I don't know exactly how long. It's been several years. We actually sold a little bit, and still got a little bit we're going to sell still if somebody needs it. But yeah, after last year's deal, I mean, we didn't have, I'm telling you, just a handful of bales left when last year was over with. So it was bad.
Well, I'm drinking sweet tea. Don't pay no attention to the container.
That's sweet tea.
Yeah, that's what we drink here.
Yep. Same thing.
What's sweet tea?
But
Zero sugar sweet tea.
Oh, okay. That's right. I got a barley pop.
Well, I don't do any of that stuff. It makes you mow crooked.
Keep kidney stones away.
Yeah. I do one.
Who was it that was in the chat the other night that had a kidney stone? Was it Joe Jacobson? And I was like, I feel so sorry for him. We have been there.
I have luckily never had one. And I
want one.
My dad's had several of them. My wife's had them, and I've never, and I'm very thankful for it.
I've had 3.
I've had 9.
and with each pregnancy, she had at least one, and usually it was like right at just
3 with each pregnancy.
two,
No more kids.
right before the due date, and she was sitting there trying to pass a kid and a kidney stone all the time.
But they are very similar pains. I can tell you.
You're kind of the overachiever, aren't you, Tina?
Oh goodness, it is terrible. Well, it wasn't as bad as my sister, which luckily she wasn't pregnant, but she had a 2-inch kidney stone. And they had to move it through her back.
Well, Dad had his last spell he had, it wasn't kidney stones, it was bladder stones.
Ooh.
And they end up having to go in and remove them.
Mm.
And you can only imagine how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luckily, mine were small, but still, they're terrible.
Biggest
What
one,
Jan said, ouch.
about the size of the end of your pinky. And I was up in Cincinnati. I was when I was doing fiber optics and was working over the road, and we was up there, and I had one, and they sent me to the urologist. They did the whole shockwave deal, trying to bust it off, and
Twice.
they busted up.
Didn't they do it twice?
No, they just did it the once,
Ah.
and it shut my kidney down. So they had to put a stent up in there to keep the kidney open.
Oh,
The shockwave, and it didn't do any good to it. They said the stone was too hard, so they told me, goes, when you get back home, get a urologist. Here's all the paperwork and everything, and they can try it. So I got down here and went up to Joplin. And when they put the stent in, they knocked me out. They don't knock you out when they take the stent out. So we're up there at the doctor's office, and he goes, well, let's go ahead and go in and let's take this stent out. I'm like, okay. I was like, now they knocked me out when you when they put it in there. It's like, oh no, we just give you some numbing cream and we'll just take it out. I'm like, what? I'm like, there's only one way in and one way out. He goes, it'll be all right. So Tina's with me, and the nurse is in there. She's like 20 years pregnant here.
20 years.
20 years pregnant.
I don't think it's
Joke on that one.
Oh, goodness.
So we get back in there, and
Sit over here.
metal table with like the x-ray machine on top and everything, and she's sitting there talking to my wife, and she's like, okay, I need you to, you can leave your t-shirt and your socks on. Everything else has got to come off, and get up on this table and put your feet in the stirrup. Well, that time her and Tina starts laughing.
How could you not?
And so I'm like, oh boy. So yeah, that's all the jokes started right then. And she comes in, she squirts some numbing cream, and they're cracking jokes. Doctor comes in with like this big contraption. It's got like this big claw thing like you see out of those vending machines, and it's got like a huge flashlight and a television camera. Putting it up in the windows. I'm sitting there holding Tina's hand. I don't know how I kept from breaking it, but anyway, so he goes in there, and you can feel this thing going through where it needs to go. He's like, okay, we got it. So he's pulling this stent out. I'm kind of relaxed and I'm breathing.
And it had a camera in it.
Yeah. So now
I got to see.
the stent had curlicues on each end to keep it tied in between the bladder and the kidney, so it didn't just like come loose. And so
You
he's
wouldn't
pulling
let
it
me
out,
name it.
and as it's leaving the bladder, coming out the rest of the way, that little curlicue on the one end drug the whole way out. I don't know how I kept from breaking Tina's hand. Anyway, he holds that thing up. And he's like, so what are you going to name it?
He wouldn't let us.
Hey, I recommend you start drinking more sweet tea, Eric. Web artist wants to know if this is a rated R chat.
I tried to not be too descriptive with places,
You actually did pretty good. I'm impressed.
but yeah.
When I was 13, I had an accident where I was trying to open. Maybe I'm the only one here. I don't think so though. My folks, when I was growing up, had basically a one-room window unit air conditioner, and we took it out and put it in every year.
Mhm.
And it was in the living room in the house I grew up in. And the bedrooms was as far away from that as you could get, pretty much. And so at 11:06 on July the 6th of 1988, my folks made the executive decision to shut it off and turn on the attic fan, which I was really happy about because I was laying back there half sweating to death trying to go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And the window in my bedroom, I could reach from the bunk bed, top bunk. And so I slid over on the bunk and I pulled the roller blind, and it did whatever roller blind ever has done when you do that. It went up. So I was reaching up for that and started sliding out of bed, and I caught myself with my left hand in the middle of the window. And what it did, I probably can't get this where you see it real good. There's a scar that goes across here, and the glass broke and cut me. And when I got to the emergency room, they said what stopped it was the bone, and it actually cut the artery.
Where'd she go?
Ouch.
And we live about 20 miles from hospital.
Only
And
20.
so, I was holding it. I could make it stop bleeding. But my mom was a first responder, and she insisted that we wrap it in towels and hold it above my head. And so while we're on our way up there, she's got this thing wrapped up and is holding it up above my head. And I said,
Get you a chair, dear.
you need to hold it a little tighter. And she's like, how do you know? I said, because the blood's dripping off my elbow. And I wound up, it cut the tendon and the nerve for the bottom half of my hand too. And so I spent a lot of time with that at 5 weeks with that in a half cast. So it would heal up to where I could use it, and then had to do physical therapy so I could even make that work. And I got better range of motion in my left one than I do in my right one now, thanks to Uncle Arthur. But while I was, the surgeon they had that operated on me turned out to be a plastic surgeon. Yeah. Dwayne Sherrod was his name. So I kind of thought maybe I got the most beautiful scar of anybody in the world. But I had to go to several doctor visits with him after that. And in one of those doctor visits, he mouths off. He was an older gentleman. He mouths off. He said, have you guys got anything else? Like, that's not much of a challenge. And I said, well, I've got these warts that are growing on the back of my other wrist. And I was joking with him. He said, come here. He led me into another room and put me up on their table. And I'm sitting there, and he wets down this pad and puts under my arm, and he holds it down on the armrest table, whatever it was. And he's just about to light up an arc on that. And then he looks up and he says, oh, I guess we should deaden it.
Yeah, think.
And I'm 13. I didn't know you deadened it. I'm like, you're going to kill me before you burn that off. And he takes a needle and gets under the skin and blows some something in there, saline solution or something. And it made my skin bubble up to where that wasn't against anything else. And he burned that one off. And he's seen 2 other spots on my arm he burned off. I'm 13 years old. And the nurse comes in there and she says, what's going on in here? And he says, nothing. And she says, it don't smell like nothing. And he says, if you want a job here, it's nothing. And I'm like, I'm just happy he didn't burn that off without deadening it,
I was waiting for the punch to be. I really didn't have any warts on my wrists. I
don't know if they were warts or not, but they were sure spots that had overgrown skin, and it was probably a place like where it had a bite or something, and instead of it growing closed, I had extra because I'm an overachiever.
Yes.
Nita says I'm an overachiever too. You don't mind it when all the bills are paid, but yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
How are you,
Jan? On chat, but hello everybody in the chat.
Hey. Hi everyone in the chat.
Hi,
how you doing today there?
How are you?
Top of the day to you. I was gonna say morning, but I caught myself. See, I'm still sharp as a tack. That's right. And I don't use the word any who.
Anywho,
Never do
Jan,
I use.
wait, so what channel was we watching earlier? And when somebody said anywho, and we look at each other, it's like, Jan.
I know. I watched 2 videos today, and I'm like, I swear to God, Eric texted them and said, make sure in your video, because we know Jan watches you, say anywho, please. We'll pay you $50 to do it. And they gladly did it for free because it sends chills through my body.
you know that sounds like a giveaway challenge. How many anywho's can you
Oh,
work into a
Oh
video?
dear Jesus, no. I can't participate in that. I will be put in a psych hospital. I'm just-
that, and you see, anyhow?
Anyway,
Anyway, and we kept waiting.
anyway,
She's gonna slip up
anyhow.
and say anywho, and we keep waiting. She's gonna say it. She's gonna say it.
Who made that stupid name up? Who thought that was okay? Is what I in the English grammar and the whole circle thing.
Oh,
When
we're
you're
gonna
teaching
heavily
your
push the
children
grammar.
in homeschool, do you dare say, okay, well, we're not going to say anyhow. We're going to say any who. Who does that? Okay, do y'all understand what I'm saying? Are you feeling me? Eric, you're not involved. But you have no say. Oh, I want to show you something. Were you on my live last night?
In and out. That's when the birthday
Did you?
boy had to go see
we went.
Menards.
Yeah, we went to Menards.
Oh, no.
I did see that though. That's really pretty.
Isn't that
That's
cute?
cool.
My mother-in-law surprised me and she sends me all things chickens. Towels, like Kevin came home from Iowa with 12 new towels, which, hey man, you can't ever have too many. You just retire the old ones to rags.
Mm-hmm.
Or you use them for your counter for dishes if you hand wash dishes. So yeah, okay.
I hate
Fine.
Sorry, I couldn't help but laugh. I was reading the chat. And
Well, I haven't even paid mine to it. Hi, Rebecca. I love you.
Jennifer's talking about having somebody having their arm sawed off.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
Val,
Of all my friends,
somebody's arm off.
Jennifer has the best comments in the world. I mean, I have to read them like sometimes 4 or 5 times.
Oh,
And then
it's
I'm
always
laughing
on.
the whole time.
Not the arm off, but I seen the
How
video
about-
where you told about
I
getting
don't know if you can see
cut
that
off.
fingernail right there messed up. I about cut that finger off. It was in a mud truck and flipped.
Ooh,
Yeah, it cut all those tendons and ligaments, and it was just hanging there.
oh gosh.
Yeah.
I had a toe go this way. Instead of straight up, it went that way twice.
Yeah.
And one time was in Maui. And yeah, I mean, we were partying. I own it. I was a little tipsy and I turned around and I hit the corner of a chair.
Oh,
Thankfully, my friend who's an EMS was there. He worked with me.
is it
Oh, hold on. Anyway, he fixed my toe.
Tape
And
it.
he that was the first year my daughter and I worked for the same company, and we both won a trip to Maui, and that was the first year we had won together. So she calls me, "Hey mama, you want to go walking on the beach?" And I go, "No, not exactly."
Just broke my toe.
Walking isn't in my future for another 24 hours.
goodness.
So,
For mine,
but then I own my own business, commercial and residential cleaning company, and I was cleaning a bathroom stall at a yacht company.
Oh, wow.
And I hit that corner, when you walk in and there's that little door, little section when you walk, well, you guys might not know. I don't know if it's the same for guys, but in the women's stall, it's got a little section. That's where the door locks. And then it's over here. It's, the door. And then anyway, my toe hit that and it went this way. I had to have a pin put in it. It was terrible. Do you hear that static?
Might be our yard light just came on.
Something's on, Jan.
That's what I was doing, is closing out. I don't have YouTube on. I just have StreamYard. All my phone is turned down. Everything's off.
It could be our yard light that's right over top of us. It's on.
Oh, see, you're the trouble child.
Here's the trouble with
Anywho,
Oh no, you did not.
I almost did cut my thumb off.
You almost did, Paul.
Almost.
Cut his thumb off.
Oh,
No, they had to finish
it.
it.
It was a table saw, and it's like, oh God, I'm scared to use a table saw now.
Kevin doesn't like me to touch his
Why
saws.
you run it?
Almost did cut it off. I had to pay to have it finished.
Oh,
And
Yeah.
I should have cut her plumb off because it might not have been near as expensive to have it finished that way.
right. Goodness.
Well, I wasn't. I mean, I did clean some yachts, Jennifer, but I cleaned the restrooms and the offices and waxed the floors and made it look beautiful and all that stuff. That's
I'm with Jennifer. I've never been on a yacht either.
well, but let me tell you, there's something else. They're like, oh, we're selling this one for $500,000. You want to buy it? And I'm like, yeah, give me a raise. I'll be happy to. Hi, Janae.
I say the biggest boat I've been on is my grandpa's old fishing boat.
Yeah.
So
We had our prom on the Cherokee Queen for Grove. That's the only big boat I've been on.
James
I
said
had
his
my,
grandfather shot his little finger off. How do you shoot your little finger off? I don't even know how
What?
you would be. James Hall says in the comment that his grandfather shot his little finger off.
Yeah. How does that? Well, it depends how he was holding it.
I guess it has to be. I don't know.
And
Just
what he
saying.
was shooting.
yeah,
I mean, things happen. Hey, Joe.
Tina brought it up. They had my senior high prom on the Cherokee Queen.
Oh, nice.
We went
That's
out on
what
the lake.
Is that an old paddle boat? The
Yep.
Cherokee? Oh,
Yep.
God, I love those.
The Cherokee Queen is a little bitty old paddle boat, and they built another one that was big enough they could put on events while they were riding on the lake.
Nice.
Yeah.
So in Texas, if you want to go eagle watch and go to see these falls, are gorgeous. You go on this old paddle boat. And I did it twice, but I couldn't tell you what it's called now. So sorry if you're from Texas. But it was so nice. And you just they didn't feed you or anything, that you just brought your cooler with what you want. They had drinks on the boat, like, soda and water and tea. And it was so fun. And you met so many cool people. And there's the two times I went, we saw eagles, and that was awesome. And they nested in these hills. Hey, Gail. Hi, Beth.
We have some eagles that camp around here from time to time, mostly during calving season. Anybody want to venture a guess why?
Yep. I was gonna say they have a big watch over Stella.
Yeah.
It should be
During what season?
Migrate in there.
When we're having new baby calves.
Oh, yeah, we've seen two eagles here, and then one on the little road that runs beside our property. And that could have been the same one. I don't know, but they would perch in our tree on the pond.
Maybe
Yeah.
I lived a real sheltered life, but probably as a youngster, I was taught, oh, that's our national bird, and they're a real cool bird. They're not. They're a vulture with white It's just
Yeah. Well, they sat there for hours because our coop is right there. And the rooster was awesome. He got chickens in. He was like rounding them up into protection. It was great. It was really cool to see. And I, of course, did not get that video, but it was cool to see. Some things you just want to have a picture in your memory. You don't have to do everything on YouTube. You know, I like that, and I hold it to my heart. So
we've been having a little bit of other trouble. Maybe Trey's been having the same thing. There is a new kind of turkey buzzard that has moved into our area, and they have a solid black head. They're not red on their head. And them things are vicious. They will attack a newborn calf. And when
I saw that.
they put their eyes out, and then they're blind and they can't see, so they're most likely going to die, and then they'll eat them.
Hey,
We,
Sean.
we haven't had the problem, but we have a neighbor that's literally just right here across the fence from us. He had, I believe he told me 2 or 3 this year that the eyes got plucked out of, and that's what we come up with. It had to be buzzards.
And if you use if you use the right type of cartridge in a freedom stick or what is the other a hole puncher?
Hole puncher. That's it. Yeah.
You can watch all those black feathers just disappear into the sunset.
That's right.
That's what I think about those black.
Yes.
Yep.
Every month we get a magazine, and it's called Missouri, and it's got all sorts of stuff. And they did an expose on those vultures, and I was like, wow. I mean, I haven't seen any here, but you know, if they're in one part of Missouri, they're going to be in another part of Missouri.
I think the chicken farms around probably is a draw for the bald eagle because they can get meat easily at some of their disposal facilities. But
Of course.
we have had a couple at least of eagles nesting on my folks' place, and they built their nest up in the top of some post oak trees. And looking at that nest from the ground, you would swear it was the size of a pickup truck bed.
Wow.
It was huge.
We've got a few here throughout the years that's nested at several places.
Mm-hmm.
That they just stay there, and that's a big old nest.
Yeah. You're like, I'm gonna get in the shade in a minute.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know the whole deal, but they always say that they what are they, a lifetime partner? I believe if there's 2 of them, they're a lifetime partner for each other. That's what somebody said. I never knew that.
I've not like had some kind of personal encounter with them, but I used to do some spreading services for some other farms that had stack sheds, and I had to drive in and go all the way around their buildings to get to where their stack shed was, so I could be headed out when I got loaded. And I got around the back of their buildings, and I met one of those bald eagles coming at me, and his wingspan was wider than my truck.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, whoa, hunkering down thinking, he just grab hold of the roof and take off with me, you know?
Yes.
But I've seen several of them around here in my lifetime. And if you see one of them boogers that's just lit standing next to a fence, don't be surprised if his head's taller than the 3rd wire of a 4-wire fence.
Yeah.
Enormous bird.
Yep.
And, you know, we're just lucky some of them founders like Ben Franklin and John Hancock and that they didn't, you know, pick the turkey for our.
I'm thinking that earlier.
I know, right?
Thanksgiving dinner.
USA, they've got the only national bird that if he looks up during a rainstorm can drown, you know.
It definitely makes Thanksgiving dinner a lot more boring without that turkey.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, let's talk about that. Do y'all like to bake, roast, smoke, or fry your turkey?
I
Bake,
smoked
roast,
ours for
smoke,
the
or
last
fry.
several years, but I cheat. I smoke it on a charcoal grill, and it comes out wonderful.
Oh, I bet it's good.
But I learned a trick to keep it from drying out. And I could tell you this trick
Okay.
if you want to know.
Oh, of course we do.
You brine the whole turkey for 12 to 24 hours before you're going to smoke it.
Yep.
Exactly.
And
Well, at least you didn't say you spit on it every hour.
I'm the first one to eat anything that comes off my grill, so I want to make it good. Be good.
Yeah, buddy, I'm with you. I'm with you.
But I've often, you get a big old turkey and you're like, what in the world? How am I going to do this or do that with it? A roasting bag is what I've used brining with. And you just
Good
We've both
idea.
worked Thanksgiving, haven't we?
just
Good
put a,
idea. You have to brine it. You do. If you're gonna smoke it, you should brine. Hey, have you ever? Wait, I'll circle around. I'm gonna circle around. Remind me, Tina. I have a question to ask you.
Okay.
So, how do you like your turkey, Tina and Eric?
I like it fried.
yeah.
Injected?
Yep.
You got that right.
The
Oh yeah.
smoked one that her mom got back several years ago. The guy smoked it really, really heavy. And I'm not a big smoked flavor. I do like a little bit, but it was
too much.
It was just too much, and it just kind of turned me off of it. So
Yeah. Well, you should try it again though. Give it a second shot. Yeah.
Hey, that's
What
been
about you, Trey?
11 years.
I'm a fried turkey guy. I'll eat it either way, but I love fried turkey.
And I like that. I like that jalapeno. And what is the other one, babe?
Well, the butter one.
I like the jalapeno.
Creole butter.
Creole butter.
Creole,
Yeah. It's gotta have a kick to it. It's so good when you hit that piece of chicken with it in there, or turkey. I mean, it's so good. Oh my gosh, so good, mouth watering. And my biggest problem is I always buy a turkey too big. Okay, here's my question before I forget, because I'm really old.
To make me hungry. Nothing left. I ate it all, and now she's hungry.
Go ahead and suck on the bone while you're on.
You're gonna keep me shut up. Go ahead.
I'm teasing. No. Okay, have y'all ever smoked a steak?
Oh yeah.
Oh, no, I haven't thought of that.
How long do you do it? For how many? Say a couple pound.
Well, the way I smoke stuff on the charcoal grill is I light my charcoal fire at the back of the grill, and then I put an aluminum foil barrier between and under what I'm going to smoke. And so, however long it would take to cook on a steak to be like you'd want it would get you a whole bunch of smoke on it at that rate. So probably you could, depending on how hot the fire was on the cool end of my grill, 30 minutes would probably get it,
Oh.
But like that whole turkey smoking deal, I'd light 5 pounds of charcoal off in the end of my grill and smoke a whole turkey in 3 hours.
Wow.
So I don't get up at 4 a.m.
Wow. That's pretty awesome. Have you done it, Trey?
No, not smoking a steak. I haven't. I've smoked a lot of other stuff, but not a steak.
Okay,
I like my steak hot and fast.
Yeah, Kevin's like that too. He's always timing me, and I'm like always off a minute. And he's like, "I told you," and I'm like, "Oh well,
That's
but
the thing
Tony at our cabin in the woods, he does a smoked bacon wrapped meatloaf.
Oh,
and I am going to get that recipe from him one day. He don't want to give it up totally, but I'm getting it. I'm gonna get it.
She has her ways.
Hey, we've gotten all the way to almost the end of this, and we never have done any bean spilling yet.
Oh, well, we did talk to Dale.
Yeah.
Before the live, so chilling with the Gillums. They're going to try to go live, but it's going to be later. So
okay,
Wanted to make sure we didn't want to step on anybody's toes and get in their way. So we got a little extra time.
Well,
So
you tell
Johnny
me
brake
you get
checked
the bean spilling.
in that last one, or did he? Was he able to run that last competition?
I haven't got to watch any of it. Did you guys get to watch
Yeah, I've
any?
been out on the lawnmower all day.
Yeah. Trey, did you watch any of Dale's videos he was putting up live on Johnny's racing?
Well, I watched some of Amy and them's. I didn't see Dale. I went back out and got on the tractor. I've been out here where Mallory's been tearing her shed down. I've been out here smoothing and doing that today. But I watched some of Amy's live. I don't know what time that was. It was after lunch sometime, but there was no racing in it. So I didn't get to see no racing in it.
Well, I guess I just spilled some beans then. They weren't mine, but well, it's on Dale's live. That Johnny had the race you do with the other guy, and they actually both brake checked, but Johnny brake checked first, and I don't know what became of it. Last I saw Dale ended. Yeah, he was like, okay, we're out of here.
Yeah, we talked a bit before we went live. And he said they was just getting ready to go get something to eat at that time. So
okay.
In the restaurant eating.
So as Paul said, we do have some beans spilling. So
okay.
We only do our live every 2 weeks, which Eric works 12-hour days and a rotating shift. So he's usually
a can of beans.
But our next live is going to be at Paul's house.
Hey, hey.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be all right.
And we should have some other guests there too.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, that sounds like fun.
It does.
Does Paul know you're coming?
Well, he does now.
Well, that's why we're bean spilling. Paul needs to know. So.
Does he know what day and time is?
Yeah. It's important that you're going to.
What's for supper?
It's important if you're going to somebody's house that they're there when you show up.
Yeah, without a thing in their hand.
Oh yeah, I am planning the weirdest birthday party ever for myself, and because I'm dyslexic, I have plans on giving gifts to my attendees of my birthday.
Oh, wait, I didn't get the invite.
But I'm not giving out my address.
What?
I've watched videos. I think I can find it.
Is this the kind of beans we're going to spill?
No, we're going to eat those. Okay, so Tina has all my digits and all my information, Paul.
Thank you.
Just go, I don't want to miss your birthday, man. You're not that far away.
No.
I don't even know where you're at, Jan.
We're in Missouri, Southwest Missouri. We're like we went to Josh's. It was 4 hours.
He's not as southwest as we are, though.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Well, what's your closest big town? My closest big town, believe it or not, Joplin, Missouri.
Well, Springfield, Joplin. Yeah. Springfield's an hour, Joplin's 2, right? Yeah. Hour and 45, something like that. Yeah. So we're not even that far away from you. So I'm just saying.
Yeah. Sure.
I never invite myself.
I'm probably gonna make other people mad because I didn't invite them too, but
you didn't invite me. I invited me. Technically speaking.
Hey, that's kind of like what happened when I showed up at David's place, country boy with his paint up.
Oh yeah.
I pulled in there and I asked, "Is David here?" And he's help said, "We'll ask." And I'm like, "What?" We call him Dink. They've always called him Dink, I guess.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
goes in there and they said, "Is David here?" And his wife says, "Yeah, he's here." And he said, "Somebody from YouTube's here looking for me, ain't they?"
I love those guys.
Let's Trade Paint says he's only 45 minutes from Joplin, so
We'll see.
not far from us either. Then
No,
Well, you know,
Sean,
they
no, I
used-
know Sean and Kelly are close.
so we're halfway between Joplin. Well, we're actually closer to Bentonville, Arkansas, ain't we?
Yeah, we just
I know Sean's hometown, I think it's Adair or something like that. It would take a little bit longer than that to get here, maybe, depending on how you drive. You know, there used to be the Ford dealership at Columbus, Kansas, said they were only 3 minutes from Joplin. Do you guys remember that? That was on
Right.
all kinds of
At 385 some miles an hour.
yeah, it was their TV ads. They're only 3 miles west of, or 3 minutes west of Joplin at 485 mile an hour.
Yeah, I couldn't remember. What?
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Well, I'm 7 hours from Joplin.
It depends on who's driving.
There was a time not
Trey.
long ago I wished I was 7 hours from Joplin.
Yeah, yeah. Trey, you're not in Louisiana. Are you in Texas?
No, I'm in Louisiana. We're in
You
Northeast
are.
Louisiana.
Okay, there's someone with Louisiana that's not really in Louisiana.
No.
Yeah, but that's where they started. So
No, I got you.
okay, what part of it are you in? Because I live in Texas 45
We're
years.
Northeast Louisiana. Probably the closest big town that somebody would know would be Monroe.
Monroe. Mhm.
Yeah, Monroe. I am about
But you're
45 minutes southeast of Monroe.
You're in the boom.
Hold on just a minute, Trey. I got to translate for those people up here close to us. He means Monroe.
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 It's Monroe, but
Monroe. If you're
when
north-
y'all, when you're from Louisiana, you have to say Monroe.
Monroe.
It's not Monroe. It's Monroe.
Hey, there ain't nobody in the whole world's accent that I enjoy more than Jerry Clower.
Yeah.
And if you add his accent and his country boy way of talking, ain't nothing better.
Look, I have been corrected, especially when I first started this, which I hadn't been doing this very long. But some of my comments I was getting in my first videos was negative comments, people talking about the way I talk or the way I type. Because I mean, we have words down here that there's really not them words, but we say them. I can't help it. Other people don't know the words that we have down here. I mean, I can't help it. Maybe I need to send them a Louisiana dictionary or something, you know?
Like the Texas dictionary they have. I think they have a Louisiana one, Trey. Oh my, that would be a great thing to do on a live. I'm gonna go find the Texas and just different states books on sayings.
Well, like we have where I work at, we had some people that come in, some guys that I work with that's here from Texas. They moved over here. And we were sitting there one day, we was talking about a ditch, and they said, a ditch? I said, yes, that's a bar ditch. I said, a what? So a ditch on the side of the road, they call it a bar ditch.
A bar ditch?
A bar ditch. Well, they borrow the dirt out of it when they make the ditch. I said, are they ever going to bring the dirt back? How? They talking about a bar ditch.
I never heard that in the 45 years.
They're from out in West Texas. That's like a bar ditch. I ain't never heard anything like that.
But you know what they call what's that called, babe? What? Up there, the whistle, the gutter. they call it a whistle here.
Whistle.
You know where like your driveway goes over a creek, and you have
the tube that runs
it all built up.
Water and go through.
That's in Missouri. It's called a whistle. And my friend said that she lived in California before that, though, and she said we've just always called it a whistle. I'm like, I text her. I'm like, what's a whistle? She goes, your culvert. I go, okay, yeah, it's a culvert.
I grew up hearing it as
Where
whistle.
do you get whistle out of a culvert?
I don't know. I looked it up and it's a real thing.
Mhm.
But I don't know where it came from. I'm like, who thought of that? Okay, the way the Missouri roads wind, I'm pretty sure
Made a whistling noise.
people weren't right. Yeah, I don't know. I never heard it whistle.
Most people around here used to say whistle, but I think more and more people just say culvert anymore. I don't
Yeah.
hear whistle as much as I used to.
Nobody heard it whistling anymore.
Apparently, it's a thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Who would have thunk it? I did.
Over yonder. Over yonder.
Over yonder all
Over
the time.
yonder.
Y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's
Y'all.
where from a mile to 10 miles. Yonder is quite a ways sometimes.
Yonder could be. It could be the like 4 red mailboxes up and then to the left, and you're going to see that sign, and then you're going to see that broken fence. And don't forget about the broken big mailbox for UPS that's going to be in the middle of the road. You're going to want to go around that and then go up the hill and down the hill and go through that dirt road. It looks like a pasture. It's not. Just go ahead and go.
Don't forget about stopping at the corner next to the little gravel pile.
Exactly. And then you've reached your destination.
No, it's the third house from the end of the road after that.
Oh crap, I forgot, Paul. With the purple on the fences and the flags. And everything's purple.
Ours is the one with the red dogs all running out front.
Yeah. Well, in Jennifer's case, it'd be glitter and diamonds and sparkles and all. She's if you ever go to Canada and you go to Jennifer's house, when she's done with it, she's gonna have that whole wall when you drive up, just glitter and little diamond gems. Well, I don't know if they'll be real diamond gems, but you know what I'm saying.
Ain't any ideas like making everything out here all sparkly and glittery.
I like sparkles and glitter.
Well, it's true. I know, Jennifer. Yes.
For everybody in the chat, I think they should all agree on one thing, that you don't have much of a chance of getting there if they mention a big red barn, a big rock, or a broken fence. Can you just meet me at the Quick Trip? I'll follow you in there.
That's usually easier.
I'm serious. When we moved to this house in Texas, it was on 10 acres. We were renting it. And our directions were exactly like that. Okay, you're going to come up to this road. There will be a sign for the road name. Don't leave that road. Go up to this mailbox. You're going to see a white fence, and then you're going to see a red gate, and then you'll see a big barn, and it's got a big spotlight on it. That's the house.
I can see me messing that up. I would go up to the big gate and look for a white barn with the red whatever else it was.
Yes.
And I'd be lost.
It was awful. It was I mean, we live in Houston. We're moving from the city to the country.
Jessica just said you don't ask anybody directions in Louisiana.
Oh, you got to use GPS in Louisiana all the way.
Having a here on my farm, I have had numerous people come to me to buy lumber, or bring me logs or whatever. And add to that, I buy equipment and sell it. I've always got somebody showing up. And up until about 3 years ago, it was a real crapshoot whether they was going to get here or not. And the first thing they do is ask you for your address, and you need to give a disclaimer when they, I can give you my address, but dude, not many people's had perfect luck with that. They get them within 3 miles and then say, "Boop, you're there," and they're not even close. And the worst trouble with that is when it tells them they're there, they look at their phone. They don't have no phone service. They can't even call me.
That's right.
They have to drive somewhere else to be able to call me to find out they weren't anywhere near my place.
UPS and FedEx will never find your house.
Oh gosh, nightmare.
Not too long after I moved down here, Tina was giving directions to somebody, And I'm
I'm
sitting there
terrible
listening
at
to her. I'm like, you got me lost. And which, of course, she grew up on this farm. She's been here her whole life. And she's sitting there giving these directions. I'm listening. I'm like, where are you sending them? Because it sure as heck ain't to the house.
I didn't want him to show up.
You was wanting them to show up.
You'd be like, that barn burns down the road. You can't even find your own way home.
Well, my directions coming to the house is always, do you know where the fire station is? I said,
That's funny.
With when USA went for it, they did I-49 just west of us. It was always, take 71 and turn, and you're going to go X amount of miles, go through a couple of S-curves, right on top. As soon as you crest the hill, you're going to turn left and then down just a little ways. And she's got them going. I don't know where she had them going.
You can probably read that Simmons feed truck directions and make sense of it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Missing a line. It'll never work.
Nobody
Yep.
knows
Exactly.
road signs around here.
Yeah, I would never
Our
be able
road
to do
names,
your job and tell
they
everybody
only
where to
know,
go. Yeah.
they only know landmarks. That's it. No road
Mhm.
names, no nothing.
I don't. I don't. I mean, we know them by, like, our road. The road that's close to us up here is Highway 577, but we don't call it that. We call it Baskin Crowell Road. That's what it is. It's the road that goes from Baskin to Crowell. It's the Baskin Crowell Road. But anyway,
That's our road.
whatever.
We
Our
have a
road
road.
is one thing, and then across it crosses a road, a business road, and then it becomes something else. And the Amish, because we live in Amish type community. I mean, we have a lot of Amish around us, is what I'm trying to say. And they call it something to old something road. And so we've got basically three names for one strip of road. And the only thing that the reason they put a different number across the business highway was because it's a different county. As soon as you're about to turn into our street, our gravel road, it becomes Cedar County. So that's the only reason it's got two different names, but the Amish told me and I can't remember.
Well, I got a little wrinkle for you. We live in Oklahoma. My parents live a mile west of me. Same, they built their house in 1970. It's where I grew up at. And since I've been alive, they've had 3 different addresses and never moved.
Oh my gosh.
When I was a youngster, we got our mail out of Galena, Kansas.
Mm.
We're 3 miles into Oklahoma.
Wow.
And then
a little ways north.
When they switched around from Galena address for mom and dad to the Quapaw, Oklahoma address, they went from box 257 to box 267. But it was completely different. It was Quapaw instead of Galena, Kansas. And then Oklahoma comes up with this grand scheme that they're going to number all our roads. And they did that for the sake of 911 service. And so now they're a 5 number address on East 40 Road. And so, had 3 different addresses and never moved.
Wow, that's bizarre.
Grand thinking there. But we have some of that same, what people call a road stuff going on. And the dirt road on the north side of us, 40 Road, where my folks live, was the old Spooklight Road. And here's why it was the old Spooklight Road. They used to park on it and claim they seen the spook light. But there was a guy come along, wanted to build a museum and have a museum at the spook light. But he couldn't buy land at the end of 40 Road. So he bought land at the end of 50 Road, 1 mile south, and built his museum there. And mysteriously, everybody starts seeing this light down there. Spook lights everywhere.
Oh, wow.
When was that? We went to see the spook light.
Oh, it's been at least 20 years ago.
Yeah. We went and we looked and we looked. We never seen it.
Yeah.
We had something like that in Texas and Canyon Lake, and same thing.
I've been it before, but I've never seen it.
When-
Or
Yeah.
Gail.
if you guys have ever seen the movie Cars, on the DVD of the movie Cars, on the end of the DVD, they have some deals they call trailers. They're just little short skits, and one of them is Mater and the Ghost Light, and that was actually made about the spook light.
I'll be darned.
And
Huh.
yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I wasn't being the spook light when that was made, but I had been the spook light before. That was going on in my family for a long time. I guess when my dad's older brother and his cousin were youngsters, they had robbed a car headlight out of a car, or a couple of them, and hung them up in the trees along 40 Road and run a wire to where they could touch that to a battery at one location. So they'd have it going off down here. They played this little thing for a little while, and then somebody got smart and went to shooting at them.
Be right back.
They ran through the brush and the briars and maybe a fence or two and got all cut up and come into Grandma's. And she wouldn't help them. Said they got what they deserved. That's what I've always heard. But the closest thing that I can come to of a true reality of the spook light was my grandparents lived on this farm that I'm on now. And there's a rock house that they built up on East 40 Road. And Grandma and Grandpa's names was Cecil and Fern. And Grandpa's brother Tom liked to play cards with them, but he lived a quarter mile or a mile down the road, and then a quarter mile north. And it was not too uncommon for him to walk back and forth. And so he had walked to Cecil and Fern's house and played cards with them. It got late, and he was wearing a blue windbreaker. And when he went to walking home, he'd walk over in the woods, stay off the road. And the wind kept blowing his lantern out. So he carried it up under his windbreaker, and it gave off a blue light. And one car went by as he was walking home that night. And they said the next night there was a dozen cars out there looking for the spook light. That's all I can tell you. Long, hairy story to get to a point. It was Tommy. It was Tommy all along. It was never a spook light.
Of course, yeah. When I was a teenager, everything else, we go looking for the spook light, but it usually wasn't the spook light. It was a bunch of teenagers and, some adult beverages that they shouldn't have had out parked on a dirt road somewhere.
Oh, yeah, that's funny. That's a great story.
That probably does have something to do with how many people seen it or not.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
I take them snipe hunting.
I think the worst thing I ever did as a kid was throw eggs. We used to sit in the ditches and throw eggs at cars.
Who
And
likes
then
coffee?
I realized someone could really get hurt. And the last time I did it, my friend's dad had a garden center. He owned a business, and back behind their yard, they had things growing that he would sell. And we threw an egg, and I don't know if I hit it or someone else did, but there was like 3 or 4 of us. And that guy hit the brakes so fast, we hauled butt to the garden center because there was trees, plants we could hide in. And we all went to the very back of it. We were like freaking out. And I'm like, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I know I'm going to die. He's coming to get us. And he did come back there too, but he didn't find us. We were still young enough we could hide.
My middle school friend, My middle school science teacher, I remember like when I was in the 8th grade, she came to school telling us that she had these weird plants growing in her flower garden in front of her house. And she couldn't figure out what in the world they were, but she thought maybe they were going to be some kind of flowers. So she left them and they really looked funny in her flower garden. And by the fall time, y'all know what happened? These plants put on tomatoes and grew tomatoes.
Oh my
Turned
God.
out somebody was throwing rotten tomatoes at her house. Planted a flower bed full of tomato plants.
Yeah.
Don't get any bright ideas, Jan.
Well, I didn't do it. No. Oh, and we used to teepee houses too, but we only did it for special occasions like graduations, baseball and football events, because you always had to go teepee your opponent's house, right?
Tuesday.
It's the American spirit, I'm just saying. And
Trey got me. You did it on special occasions like Tuesday. Hey, nowadays it could be a sign of somebody being like upper crust if they could afford to TP their house.
Everyone's blaming me.
We actually made the front page of a newspaper one time for a TP job.
Oh my.
I just want to say a weeping willow with toilet paper all over it is so majestic.
We would jack up people's vehicles, their back wheels or front of, depending if this front or rear wheel drive, and put wood blocks underneath it just enough to where it looked like it was sitting on the ground.
Oh,
You got in it and you just put it in the gear and it wouldn't tires.
See, Janae, Eric was way worse than me. I just threw eggs in toilet paper, man. I mean, I could afford to do that now, but you know.
Last time we did that, I worked at Sutherland's there in Joplin Lumber Company. We worked out in the lumberyard part, and one of the delivery drivers always got on her bad side somehow. So we decided to do that to him one night. And they used to actually have a guard there at Sutherland's when they closed down, sit there overnight. And he said that driver, he didn't make it back till like 11:30, and he was in a hurry trying to get home. He jumped in his pickup, threw it in reverse. Tires just sit there and spun. He put it in drive and back and forth. He couldn't even rock it. And like I said, his wheels only about a quarter inch off the ground. And finally climbed up underneath there. And boy, he was.
Oh, I bet. Hey, I'm gonna go get someone. Don't say who it is. You probably know. Hold on.
You take you some zip ties and tie around the drive shafts, and it will drive people crazy.
Have you seen the one where the guy puts like kazoos or little bugles, plastic bugles, in his wife's exhaust pipes?
Yeah.
I think all that might have gotten started by the dude that zip tied the harmonica to the bottom of the front of the grill. And wouldn't that drive you nuts? What is that noise? You know?
Sort of as bad as my boss that put them on the patrol cars. Of course, he could get away with it, so yeah.
Now, if they did something like that to my log truck, I bet I wouldn't notice.
No, you wouldn't even hear that.
Oh, it was making a different noise? Well, good. It was straightened up.
Oh, that's funny.
We should have called this Laughing with Friends.
My daughter and
everybody, though.
TP'd the house. It was a friend of mine, but my grandson thought it was so much fun. He was about 10. It is. I mean, you know, because you got like 4 people, right? And you do the one side, one side, one side, one side. And then what you do is you switch positions and you take the next person's throw. We had a system. I mean, we had this down. And then you move over and then you hit it again. And then eventually you've got this beautiful canopy. And what's even better is when the dew falls in the morning.
It's kind of like watching a raccoon try to eat crackers. Right? They're trying to wash them crackers, and they're like,
Yeah, you know,
yeah.
it ain't never coming off. Not ever coming off. Okay,
There's
come
some
on.
kids I pick up for Wednesday night church that live on a certain street in Commerce, and they have plastic trash in their trees from last Halloween. And
Oh
so
my
I ask them, I'm like, what street do you live on? They say, Cedar. And I said, oh, you mean Trash Tree Street?
Oh,
Trash Tree Street. And why would you call it that? I'm like, look at your trees. They still got trash in them from Halloween last year.
We had
oh gosh.
some
So
kids
this
or
is
something
Brenda
at one
from
of our
Redbird.
local
Breda's.
McDonald's. They soaked the water fountain outside the McDonald's. I guess dishwashing liquid or something. It was foam for days.
Oh no.
Ugh.
Guess you never
Okay,
know.
say hi to Tina and Eric, Brenda,
Hi, Brenda.
Hey,
and to Paul and to Trey. Yep. She's leaving me tomorrow. I said, oh, I'm going to have her help me tear down my garden. She goes, oh, no, I'm leaving in the morning. Best friends. That's what they're here for. Mm-hmm. Yeah. She was leaving Monday, by the way. Just saying.
I'm here for a good time. I'm just not here for teardown time.
Yeah. No, when she comes, we don't ever put her to work because she's here to chill.
Yeah.
This is her. I need to detox time. I don't want to have a worry in the world time.
I tell you what, everybody needs a place they can chill like that. Mine is right here at my kitchen table. I just got a comfy chair, and it won't give out on me because I've rebuilt the bottom of it when it gave out on me the first time. Betrayed me. Dumped me on the floor. Glad there wasn't no video.
I know, right? My dad sat at the kitchen table all the time. Or he'd go into the Florida room because we lived in Florida at the time, and he would type a letter to someone or just piddle around in there, and hang out.
Some of the greatest things have happened around the kitchen table.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got that right. Yep. Some of the best memories.
Mm-hmm.
Last house my wife and I lived in, my oldest son proposed to his wife in that house by running and sliding halfway down the hall to wind up right at the end of the kitchen table. And
oh my God. Did you get it on video?
I don't remember if we got any of that on video or not.
Oh, that would be
10 years ago. But it was like I knew he planned it, and I didn't know when it was coming, and I wasn't going to say nothing. I'm not wanting to ruin no surprise, but
yeah,
when he hit that floor, he didn't even get the words out, and she said yes, and I'm like, that might work.
Oh. Hi, Christine.
Because I ain't getting nothing.
Oh, that's so cool. I hope you got it on video, though, because that's like, what's that Tom Cruise movie?
Yeah.
Where he slides?
Yeah. I can't remember the name of it, but I know what you're talking about.
Risky Business, yes.
I think so.
Yeah, Tina got it, too. Boy, I'm way behind the chance. Oh, okay, someone asked me to share your link, Trey, so... There you are. I've been waiting for you to pop up.
And were you a repeat juvenile delinquent?
Never. Never. I have no record whatsoever.
It's been expunged, huh?
It's
been expunged. Yeah.
No.
I was pardoned in the revolution.
Now I can't find Trey's channel. Like, okay, someone in the chat, like I'm trying to be a guest and
moderate.
Someone could put Our Louisiana Life and Paul Case's channel up. I'd sure appreciate that.
Yep,
Thank you so much.
Where's that joyful Danae when you need her?
Thanks, mods.
Hey, Lori. Look,
That's
I
why
love
she left
Texas.
Texas.
Don't get me wrong.
Oh, we're
What?
not spilling beans tonight.
Wait, I missed it. Go back.
This is the reason you left Texas.
Do what?
Is the reason you left Texas because the record? Do you know what? I don't know if I've ever told this, but the story that I always got told was that the Cases had to move to Southwest Missouri because Granny shot an Indian. We used to live in either New Mexico or Arizona, and I'm like, wait a minute. That don't make no sense because back then you could shoot Indians out there.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. Grandma shot an Indian and they had to leave. I'm like, yeah, right.
Like one of the stories that the older generation tells their kids just to
Get them to shut up and leave them alone.
You have to go to the Hall of Records to find out the truth.
My dad would say it's none of your damn business. I'd be like, okay. And I knew don't push it. If he wanted to tell me, he would give me some more details.
Yeah.
I learned a lot. But when that came up, I knew, okay, stop. He's stitching it up.
My
Y'all got one.
dad, after he got out of the military, worked for Gulf Chemical up by Riverton, Kansas for years, and he traveled all over the world. And I remember when I was a little bitty, my dad and my uncle was sitting there telling him that he was in Africa and they had a lion shark. And my granddad, when he was in the Navy, he was a welder and he worked out. So he's, built guy and everything. But said they had a lion charge him. He just reached out, just punched and grabbed his tail and ripped it and turned it inside out, made it run the other way. It sounded really cool to a 4 or 5 year old. And then after a while, you're like, wait a second.
Oh,
I'm heading up here. But when you're a little kid, you're like,
That's
and
my
Dad did
granddad.
that. And Dad did that. Then you're like, wait a second.
There goes Freedom Redbird. Stop.
Hey, she put you up too, Trey.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. You're awesome. Thank you. It's really hard when you're on someone's live and you're a guest and someone says, hey, will you post this? And Trey hasn't commented, or my comments don't have Trey on it because, it's
The phone that we're talking on, and there's different people chatting than what's on my phone, so I'm lost.
Yeah, Guns and Bacon just came in the house. They're in the house. Right.
In the house.
They're not on mine.
Yes. And they like bacon and they like the other thing. We like them.
Yeah,
You reckon they have a cordless hole punch?
The old Guns and Bacon. That's pretty good fella.
I like that. I'm gonna check you out, Guns and Bacon, because I just love that channel, mate.
That was way better than Guns N' Roses.
Wait, I gotta. Sorry, I'm deviating here. I know Jennifer just said something to me, and I don't know.
He said he likes guns more than bacon.
Well, there's that. You can get bacon with it, though. That's the benefit. It's a win-win.
Wonder if he's talking about pork bacon
Either
or bacon cookies.
you can get turkey.
Oh.
Jennifer, that's funny.
It's been so dry in the woods where we've been logging this past week that where we're loading logs, we've moved like 3 times. We hauled out 10 loads of logs on my old truck this week. But them spots where you continually drive through that and work it up, it is just powder 6 inches deep. And it gets everywhere. I come in and I actually went out to the hydrant once, turned the hose on, and just held my head under it for a little bit, trying to get all the grit out of my eyes. But when I got to church Wednesday night, somebody looked at my left eye and said, "Is your eye red?" And I go, "Oh, is it?" It showed up white was what was under my lids. And they're like, "What have you been doing? Drinking?"
Oh, gosh.
Drink, No, I've been working in the dirt. It's much more funner than drinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a
Pig
Well,
bacon.
big old brush pile to burn, and
we don't. We added to it back when we did get a little bit of rain just last month. We thought, well, we'd get ready to burn, so we added some more to it. Then it quit raining. We got busy, something else, and
now
we
it's
should
too
have burned
dry.
it when we had the chance because, yeah, it's too dry now. We've added more to it, so definitely don't want to burn.
Well, your piles are get bigger now that you got a tractor with a front end loader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, power steering.
If you can keep it running.
Let it
You-
run,
What's that like?
turn.
Maybe if you keep him off from it.
He let me drive it once.
Did he? Oh, I was going to tell you when you was talking to Dale earlier before the live started about the hydraulic valves on your tractor and how they're under the seat. When I was a youngster, we didn't have too many tractors in my family, like my cousins or anybody. We might have had 2 of them that had front end loaders on them that was good enough to lift a round bale of hay. And one of them belonged to a cousin of mine, and it was an old Ford 4000. It wasn't the blue one, it was the white one.
Oh, wow.
So they were kind of the body style of like the 800, but it was a 4000. And his had those valves for the loader under the seat. And what my dad said about it was, and my dad, he's pretty straightforward. He don't mince words much. He tells you just like it is. He said, Stevie, when I get done using your tractor, I feel like I should throw the paper away. That's what he said. I ain't making this up.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, it's definitely harder getting used to those 2 levers underneath you. They're easy. They're not bad to reach. It's just trying to remember which one does what and push or pull. And
My dad calls all that stuff where when one manufacturer comes up with a different way of doing the same thing that everybody else has kind of got ironed out, he says that's one of Ford's better ideas. I don't know why Ford, but it's one of Ford's better ideas. It didn't matter if it's a Chevy. It's one of Ford's better ideas.
I just need a tractor. I don't care what it is. Although I'd like is it the Chanless or something?
Alex Chalmers.
Hey, we
Alex
got
Campbell?
That one. Yeah. I'd love to have one. Our old guy, not our old guy, but our guy who used to brush hog our land when we first moved here had one. It was, I don't know. I have a video on it. I don't know what it was. Old one, and he fixed it up. And man, he runs that thing like crazy. And it's still going.
Jan, have you seen my sign? Have you seen my sign? I've got pictures of it up just on my channel.
Is it on your community page or a video?
Probably on videos, probably on the thumbnail to a video. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of it real quick, and
I don't remember
it might make you change your mind about that statement. About
why was it bad?
I don't remember where surgery is.
I don't know anything about tractors. Like Kevin's uncle is a president of a division John Deere plant.
You might not want a tractor like that one.
Well, no, I don't want that one. I saw that. I don't want that one. No. I don't want horses carrying my buggy around and my brush hog.
Steel wheels are the reason that some people nowadays sit on those donuts.
You think?
Yeah.
My uncle had the old tractor with the metal seat. You know, I was so little. I think I was like 8, 9, 10 years old. And my aunt and uncle had 40 acres. And he would take us for tractor rides through the forest. And so you go through part of the property and you go down this road. And you're sitting on he had a seat behind his seat, like a little, where someone could sit. And I got to ride up there. My butt hurt so bad. from sitting on that metal seat and you're bouncing, you know. But it was one of my best memories of all my life. It was so fun.
Hey, Jan,
Yeah.
Lori wants to see if you can explain to James how to post links off of a phone.
Okay, James, you're moderator, so you just hit the three dots next, or you just hit the icon, the channel icon.
I just click on their name.
You
Yeah.
click yeah, I always hit the icon. And then it'll say you'll scroll up just a teeny bit on your phone. It'll say go to channel. You go to channel, and at the top right hand corner you'll see three dots, and it'll click on that, and it'll say share link or share something. Copy link. It'll say copy link. You copy that link, you come back in the chat, and you paste it in the box for the chat.
Cool.
Hi, Tiffany.
You made that sound easy, like even a dummy like me could do it.
Well,
Jan, you're so good.
that's the most high-tech thing I know.
Well, anywho.
Oh my God.
Oh, goodness.
I never use that word. I don't care.
Oh,
Never mind, you don't even want to come to my house now, do you?
I'm coming to your party. Screw that. I'm staying home.
She's not coming unless
Just
you
have
give her
fun
a gift.
without me.
Yeah. Hey,
You're
I
gonna
told
miss
you,
me though.
did y'all see? And I know Tina saw this because she posed to guess, but
Stop it, Sean.
I was gonna have a little giveaway, and I told it said in it a giveaway with a bogus prize. And didn't it said something like that? I don't remember exactly how I put it, but it was going to be a novelty prize. You know, the biggest thing you'd get is actually bragging rights, and it was on a video where I didn't tell anybody where we went, and I was going to give the winner a 5-gallon bucket full of used hay string. Yep, and they'd have to pick it up. I wasn't going to mail it. 5-gallon full of used hay string. Okay. And
but they would never find your house.
And you
so
know
you
what
can
that
use
is.
it in the next giveaway.
A 5-gallon bucket full of used hay string is trash. That's all it
Yeah,
is.
it wasn't picked up, it wasn't claimed, so we're gonna do this giveaway again.
No. The guy that won it was Hound of Goshen.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he was the first one to reply with the right answer about where we were. And
bless his heart.
The very first time I was ever on Jesse and Lisa's live, I don't think I even tried to win anything. I was just watching what in the world they were doing.
Yeah.
And I had got in there and was chatting in the chat with a few people, and Hound of Goshen won the used sticker. And he told Lisa to send it to me. He gave me a free bottle of vanilla. And I'm like, that's just great. I can't even give that guy a bucket full of used hay string. And I'm like, I ain't going to do that. And so I had some pins left over, and I knew that he wasn't at the meetup. So I mailed him some of my Paul Case Farms pins.
Which, by the way, mine's about out of ink. I need a new one when we come to your house.
I don't think I've got hardly any of them left.
Can't you just buy those in the store?
Yeah, Nita says for you to remind her because she's the one with the memory around here. She probably stashed some of them when I wasn't watching.
Hey, Gold Standard. Okay, guys, I gotta hop off. I have company here, and I'm totally neglecting her. So,
well, we appreciate you coming in, Jan.
I love you guys. It was so good visiting with y'all again.
Bye now.
Love you.
Bye now.
Bye, Jan.
Bye
Have a-
now.
Anywho, we'll catch you.
Bye.
Everyone say bye now. Now. You have to say nah, not now. And you sure the heck do not say
Anywho,
anywho. Goodbye.
Anywho.
hey, look in the chat. Sean wants my bucket of hay string.
Hey, I had a big bucket of hay string I could have given somebody earlier this year.
By the time I'm done with the wintertime feeding, I'll have 4 or 5 feed sacks full of used hay string at
Look,
least.
I don't know if you probably, I don't know if you've seen the video. My dad left. I can't remember. We're about a mile or so from a hayfield. Dad didn't realize what he done. I come in from work one day and I pull in Mama and Daddy's driveway at their house and I look at the back of the baler he had just pulled up and there's hay string pulled tight out the back of the baler. So I go looking. Well, it goes out the driveway and it turns down the road around the light pole and it's just headed down the road.
All the way to the last Bailey tie.
All the way to the last bale. We had to roll all that junk up.
We had the twine door on our baler come open several times, and we're amazed that a ball of that twine didn't fall out and start feeding it out. Yeah. Oh, Sean said he's got a rope made out of that string, and if he wants some of it, I'll save him a bag of it. I don't mess it up too bad when I do it, but I use the stuff. The stuff we use is polypropylene. It's plastic hay string, and I use it to start fires with. Believe it or not, I used to get the big nickel all the time. The newspaper.
My dad does the same thing.
Yep, you could wrap 2 sheets of the newspaper or whatever newspaper around that. It didn't even have to be the big nickel, and put it in your wood stove with your a little bit of dry wood and even wet wood. It would get started because it burns so long, and it burns completely up. Yeah,
Big nickel was good for fire. Was a good fire starter.
yeah. Big nickel's just about nothing at all anymore. Everybody advertises on the internet.
Yep.
They were and for Trey, he don't know. The Big Nickel in our area was a free newspaper that was just classifieds. So they used to not have anything in it but classifieds.
Mm-hmm.
And you could advertise. Back when I did it a lot, the average ad cost like $10 to run for a week in their paper. And their paper
Ours was called, we had 2 of those here. One of them was called the Thrifty Nickel.
Mhm.
What was the other one? We have 2 papers that used to be here like that. Well, like I said, one of them was, I think was, no, it wasn't a Farm Press. It was a Thrifty Nickel was one of them, and I can't remember the other one.
Yeah, they've just all but gone out of business on their paper. They used to have a, I don't know, 20, 25 page paper, and now it's lucky to have 6 pages.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My mom used to work for Big Nickel back in the day, there for a long time, and till her health got where she couldn't go to work. But yeah, they kept her busy back in the day, but anymore, I haven't even seen the Big Nickel. And
I had a neighbor that worked at the Big Nickel, and she found out that I bought ads there because I went in their office once, and she said, "Don't do that anymore. They give me a free ad every week. Just tell me what you want put in." And so I would call her and say, "Hey, I need to list this or that," and she'd put it in there. Sometimes if she did it, it might make the front page. Never made the front page when I paid to put it in.
Yeah, we used to have Tradio. It's gone now.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
was that KR whatever Chrome whatever it was down in was it Gravit or?
I was thinking it was Grove, but maybe not. I don't know.
Oh.
Dad used to listen to it all the time.
Craigslist before there was a Craigslist,
Yep.
and now the internet's pretty much killed all that stuff.
Yep.
Yep.
It used to be on 9:10 a.m. They did the I can't remember what they called that. It was from 9:30 to 9:30 every morning. Tradio. You could advertise on there for free. There was one old boy. I mean, for like, I didn't listen all the time, but I got to where I'd listen to it if I was out feeding cows that time in the morning or something. I bet for 10 years, this guy, and he had a lisp. It was incredible. You could tell right who it was when they answered him. I got 80-mile school bus. It's been converted into a camper. Well, part of it has. I don't know what it's worth, but I like to trade for something of it. Equal value. And my number is. And I don't know. After 10 years of this, I can picture the 80 model school bus. You don't have to have an extra step to get up in it because she got down in the ground that far from being safe.
Yep. Yeah, it's there was another one too when I moved down here. I could listen to it because there's another one out of Arkansas that was able to listen to when I first moved down here, and it's gone. They don't do it anymore. I'm trying to remember, but we used to listen to it on the chick bus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Arkansas and stuff.
You know, when they got that chicken semi to deliver them in, we liked that a lot better because there wasn't never any of those boxes that was cold. But there was times in the really bad winter time, if they was getting new chicks, them boxes on the back would be cold.
Oh, yeah.
We thought that had something to do with the fact of how good we did. But, you know, the killer thing on being on my end of all that was that the things that would really mess you up really bad on a bunch and make you not do as very, very good on a flock of chickens was way out of your control. If they had feed problems and couldn't get corn and you wound up feeding them all Milo or something like that, you wouldn't grow as good.
Mm-hmm.
And very first bunch I ever grew here, they come out and posted some of them. I was having a little more death loss than what Dad usually did. And they told me they got E. coli. And I'm like, well, how they got E. coli? He said, well, it's in the egg. I'm like, I didn't have anything to do with the egg. They were chickens when they got here. You know? And they wrote me a reimbursement for what they thought my losses was on my first bunch because of that. But a lot of that stuff that was out of our control.
Yep.
But you know, we was talking about that guy that drove that chicken semi, Mark Eaton.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember anything about why he wasn't working for Simmons anymore?
I think he just got.
It's been a long time since I've seen him.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
I think he sold his house here and everything.
Yeah, because he was still driving for him when I quit, went back to doing construction. But then when I came back for a little while, he was gone. I don't know why he quit, because they had another guy driving the Smith way.
He got in an accident.
So
he got in an accident, and somebody got killed in an accident while he was driving for him.
Oh goodness!
And he had developed PTSD from that.
Yeah.
And I didn't know anything about all of it for sure until we was sitting here waiting on chickens one day. They're supposed to show up, and Trey, you might not know this, in a commercial chicken operation like mine, had a 4-house farm, and they deliver all 4 houses of those baby chicks on one semi.
Mm-hmm.
It was a covered box truck that had temperature control, or like what Eric's talking about having drove.
Yeah.
They delivered 2 buildings of them on a school bus.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have no seats in them. And the school bus deal, they had to wheel them all out with a 2-wheel dolly. And they were in, how tall did they make those stacks? 12 or 13 boxes tall.
They was probably about 4 foot tall, 4 or 5 foot tall on the
dolly.
I can't remember how many boxes that was.
When we vaccinated them, we'd stack them 10 high.
Yeah. Yeah. So there was plastic boxes that stacked with space between them when you put them one way and no space between them when you put them the other way.
Right.
And on the chick truck, the semi truck, they had a Moffett forklift on it to where they could unload pallets of them. They were an aluminum pallet with casters on it that had 8 stacks of those chicks on there. So it only took them 2 pallets and 2 stacks to do one building when we was doing it most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But we were sitting here waiting on them to show up one day. They were supposed to be here at between noon and 1. They'd give you kind of the cable man excuse. We'll be there between noon and 1. And at 4 o'clock, here comes Mark Eaton pulling in the driveway. But in the meantime, between noon and 4 o'clock, it snowed 1.5 feet. And Mark Eaton had got down here in Seneca, which is just 7 miles away, or 8. If you go all the way on 43 highway, it's 8. And he got in traffic, and there was enough snow on the pavement. He was having trouble going, and he's getting out every time he'd stop and try to put on tire chains alongside the highway where all these other cars are. And every time he'd get a chain laid out, traffic would move.
Mm-hmm.
And it was going around him, and he claimed he about got hit 2 or 3 times. I never seen him after that. And I think he went back to Simmons and quit.
Worked there a long time.
Yeah,
He was a very good
yes, it was.
Yeah, they stressed him out and sent him out on a day when it's going to have bad weather for a guy who's having mental problems about a wreck he's already had with him, and then gets in a mess like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me that day when he was here, he said, "I like to not made it here, and if the roads would have been to where I could, I'd just went back to Jane." And I'm like, "Well, what's the matter?" And he goes to tell me about the wreck and how it killed somebody, and I'm like, "Well, Mark, I'm sorry you're having those troubles. And if there's anything I could do for him, I'm not a shrink, but that gummy." But Simmons is kind of known for doing that kind of stuff. They send people out in places where they didn't have no business.
Well, when I was going to my CDL, it took them 2 weeks to find a tractor and trailer that they figured might pass DOT inspection. Keyword thinks it might pass DOT inspection. So I go up to Carthage, which is where we go up to do our DOT test or for driving test. And we get up there. I go in, do all the logging and stuff, everything else I have to do, and get my driving test lady. And we're walking out the truck, and she's like, as soon as we walk out the door and you can see the semi, she's like, "Okay, your test starts now. I want it." So I'm going to explain to her what I'm looking at and everything else. And we get up there close, start doing our pre-trip. I'll pop the hood, and you can just see the exhaust coming out from underneath the manifold and all this. I'm like, oh boy. So we drop down, get down there, go around the tractor on the driver's side, start going down the trailer, showing her the axles. And when they was going, they tell me, it's like, they usually just, you only hit one side of the trailer. I'm like, okay, cool. So we go to the back side of the trailer, show her tail lights and all that. And I start walking back up to the tractor, and she's like, "No, we're going to hit both sides of the trailer." I'm like, okay. So we get up, I turn around and go back around. And as soon as I walk around the side of the trailer, you can just see the grease oozing out from the hubs. I'm like, oh. So I'm trying to get between her and the hubs, telling her what I'm looking for and everything else. And it ain't just a little bit of grease. It's just oozing out. And I'm like, great. So we get done with it. We climb up in the truck, and we go through all that. And then we start checking the air brakes. And for anybody who doesn't know, you sit there and you pump up your air brakes so long you got to hold the pedal and see how fast the air bleeds off, and only so much is allowed to bleed off within a minute. So I pump up my brakes. I'm sitting there holding the pedal. She's watching her clock. I'm watching mine. I'm just watching that needle go. I'm like, oh boy. And it's getting out, and it just barely. She's like, okay. She gets done and everything else. She goes, okay. She goes, you barely. She goes, if that air would have bled off a little bit faster, I was ready to red tag your truck. She goes, you did fine. She goes, I want you to know you did everything you're supposed to and everything else. She goes, however, the truck, not so much. And oddly enough, Simmons had DOT guys parked north and south of the Simmons plant for like a month, sitting there tagging trucks. And but she already wasn't impressed getting in because she was a little short lady, about as wide as she is tall. And that Mac, it had the stack right there. As soon as you opened up the door, and the door wouldn't open up all the way, so she's trying to climb up in there, squeeze between the door and the stack just getting in there. You can tell she wasn't impressed by that. So yeah, she. we got done driving and everything else. She goes, "You're very lucky. You did everything right, because Simmons is not making me very impressed right now." I'm like, yes, ma'am. But
they had a progression on trucks whenever I was working for them, growing chickens for them, and the oldest ones of their trucks were actually Mack R models, and they retired all of those to go on to the trailers that they pulled their forklifts with to come to the farms. And they kind of were in the process of phasing out all those company catch crews and going to the contract catch crews. But they still had a couple of those company catch crews that have to have that. Now, when I started, those R model Macs had one of these cargo boxes right behind the cab, and they actually put their 6 guys that was the catch crew in that cargo box. It had a door on one end of it and benches that went all the way down both sides.
Oh, wow.
And their insurance finally told them they couldn't do that anymore because that box didn't have seat belts. Yeah. And then they went to getting 15 passenger vans. And the only thing they messed up on with the van was that they didn't put a tow bar on it and hooked it on behind the trailer they was hauling the forklift on. Then you'd get a van of guys that would show up and they got no forklift, and they'd sit there and wait for 2 hours for a guy who's bringing their forklift that's lost, or vice versa. Forklift guy'd be there a half hour early and wait for 2 hours after they're supposed to start catching. And then I think Live Haul was just barely above that progression on their trucks, but it was feed trucks that got the brand new trucks. And they started getting some Sterling trucks.
Yeah.
And one of the guys that drove for them said, "Oh, I'll be so happy when I get one of them Sterling trucks to pull my Live Haul trailer with, because the Sterling truck actually had a 10-speed. And it wasn't till then that I found out the old Macs that they were using, they were so cheap, they would not buy a Mac that wasn't all Mac, which meant it was a Mac, whatever motor Mac could come up with, the cheapest, and a 5-speed transmission."
Yep.
And that's what they were pulling 80 to 84,000 pound loads of chickens through the Ozark Hills here we've got with.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Simmons did not like to spend money on anything. We was over there. We took our bus over there to Southwest City. Normally we went to Fairland because they had the better mechanics over there, but something was happening. I think the bus was in bad enough shape we couldn't make it to Fairland. So the furthest we could make it was to Southwest City. And we're in there waiting one evening. And that guy out there, he was doing something with forklifts, whatnot. Anyway, he come in griping, saying he was not going to operate the forklift anymore because something was broke on it and it wouldn't pass OSHA inspection, which knowing Simmons, it was probably pretty true. It's probably in worse shape than that. So he's like, well, foreman goes, well, I guess you don't have a job here anymore. He goes, all right. So he packed stuff up and he left. And we found out later that, yeah, forklift broke down on him and rolled over. And yeah, it was in really bad shape. But Simmons does not like spending money. I don't even think any of their trucks are theirs anymore. I think they're all JB Hunt now.
Actually, they're not even JB Hunt.
Oh, really?
The feed end of it anyway, a guy that was working hauling feed for Butterball is hauling for them now. He's got red trucks.
Huh.
I can't remember the name that's on the door of them, but yeah, they're contracting all that out now. JB Hunt, they kind of got into it over them, I heard, because JB Hunt didn't want to have any of their drivers out on roads that had snow on them. And when you're growing chickens, you rely on the fact that the feed gets there.
Yeah.
And that's something that Simmons couldn't even do, keep their feed truck drivers working whenever there was. Yeah. Well.
Yeah. This is really, really sketchy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, you you got to get the feed to them farmers, and you can't just keep the birds, piling up in the hatchery too. They got to get out to them as well. So you don't really have much of a choice.
And they got to have stuff going in there to Southwest City, or else nobody's going to be able to eat at KFC.
Yep, exactly. I went to one farm one night. Like, we only had a couple of full loads that morning, and then that afternoon, everybody else got sent home, and I wound up taking partial loads all over. I took, I think, a quarter load down to this farm down in Arkansas. It was summertime. It was late July, early August, and normally there's somebody around the house when we get there. But of course, they'd already gotten. They was getting ready to get birds the next day, but we had extras anyway. They told me, "Hey, take these couple thousand birds over there to them." I was like, "Okay." So I get over there. Curtains are up. The brooder heaters are on full blast, which they normally do right before they get birds.
Yep, they wanted it 90 inside.
Yeah, and I opened up that door, backed up, and it like to kill me. And they had a thermostat sitting over there, and it was pegged out. And I'm like, I cannot bring these. It was 10 times harder in that house than it was in that bus. And I finally found the farmer. He's like, "What are you doing here today?" I'm like, "They told me to bring birds." He's like, starts throwing tools and stuff. He goes in there, drops his curtain, shuts the heaters off and everything else. And he goes, "My tech kit's here," and says, "I'm not doing it right," because he had one house that wasn't going to have any birds in it.
Yeah. Well, they would do us kind of that way. But the trouble with the equipment we had was the thermostats would get to where the numbers on them was not right.
Mm-hmm.
They would move. Like, you'd have to have the heaters on 78. Well, they'd look at that and say, "Oh, that needs to be on 85." And they put it on 85, and then it heats it up to 93. But at 89 degrees, the curtains drop.
Yeah.
So we always talked about our chickens being picky because they had to have the heaters on and the curtains open.
Mm-hmm.
You burning money there somewhere.
Exactly.
He said, "Is them red trucks? Is that third party logistics?" Yeah. Somebody asked. The red trucks you're talking about?
It is. It's a contractor.
Don't know who.
Lou Thompson. Lou Thompson is the name of the door. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's hauled a lot of local feed for Butterball Turkey Farms, and I think he hauled some for Moark, but I'm not sure. It was all local stuff here, but back when they were doing that, the other stuff I've seen him do, they might have had 3 or 4 trucks. I bet they got 20 now that's hauling feed at Fairland.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if Simmons has another feed plant or not right now.
I don't, unless they got one down between around Siloam area, because they used to have the one there in Anderson, which it's not Simmons anymore.
Yeah.
They had Fairland, they had Anderson.
I think there's one down by Siloam or Decatur.
I think it's Decatur. I think they got another one down around Decatur, somewhere Decatur, Siloam, and down there in that area.
Yeah. They bought. It was a whole company down there. That was at Decatur. It wasn't George's. Can't remember what the name of that company was, but they had bought up a whole nother company at that time and wound up with their feed production down there too. But yeah, if you go to Fairland, you'll see red trucks pulling feed trailers everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And for somebody that's out of our state and don't know, Simmons has farms in Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri. And I'm going to say, just judging by what I used to know, we would settle with 40 other farms on small birds every week. And they did that in an 8-week rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So that means they had 320. Is my math right there? 300 and
I think so.
320 farms on small bird. And they also grew big birds, and I don't know how many of them there was, but I can see there being almost that many of the bigger ones. They processed all their bigger birds at Siloam Springs, Arkansas, and then the smaller ones at Southwest City, Missouri. So They weren't a small deal. They weren't as big as Tyson, but they weren't a small deal. It was a pretty good sized farm setup.
Mm-hmm.
Involved a lot of people. Still does.
Yep. Yeah, it's. Well, when I first moved down here, I think McDonald County was about like the chicken capital of the world. They had more farms here than anywhere else.
McDonald County's done some other things that's kind of strange in my eyes. Some friends of mine that lived down there back from when I was pastoring at Swartz Prairie. They told me that McDonald County wanted to secede from Missouri at one time and join Arkansas because they got left out of the tourism book for Missouri. Do you guys know anything about that?
Did you not read or watch my video where I read the story about it?
I don't know. I guess not.
On my 7-day bad video challenge. That what I
I
said.
couldn't stand it. There wasn't any of those bad videos.
Well, like I said, it was supposed to be a Helping Grow series, and hopefully, like I said, in a year or so, we'd go back and say, "Wow, I could have done so much better." So, but like I said, I learned a lot, and Eric said, "We ain't doing that again."
You go, Eric.
That was a job posting a video every day for 7 days straight.
Oh, Tina.
Well, actually, we made it 8, didn't we?
Yeah.
Tina, I started in May and did that every day through August.
That's
I know
tough.
that. I did. I put out a video every day for about 120 days. And do you know, here's the killer. It did not change my watch hours.
See, that's what we're working on. We've got plenty of subs, but yeah. You get them all shorts?
It didn't change my watch hours hardly any. I was like at 31 something, and at one point I was at 33, but it dropped back.
What?
That goes for a year, so there's on mine. There's always ones going off too.
That's me. That's where I'm at is the watch hours. I've got just enough subscribers, but
yeah, me too.
I gotta have a good many watch hours still. So, but it's getting there. I mean, it's just a slow crawl. So,
I'm not out to cut down YouTube at all. I enjoy putting out videos. Their platform works as good for me as anything could for a computer illiterate fat preacher. It's all I got, but I've got a couple of friends. One of them actually lives on my mile section, and I have chatted with the guy. I've even talked to him on the phone, and I've got another one that I've even done some business with that have big channels. Like the one on the backside of my section is he might have a couple 100,000 subscribers. Puts out a video every day, and my opinion of it is things like that he's doing gives farming a bad name because he don't got any idea what he's doing. Yeah. He's just going out there and making videos of his cows, and people think they're pets, so they watch.
Yeah.
And the other guy, all he really does, and if you watch enough of his videos and are paying attention, you figure it out. All he does is makes a video about a piece of equipment every day. And it goes everywhere from chainsaw chaps to sawmills. He's got bukus of equipment that companies have give him, and he makes reviews on them sometimes, but he's making his money off of making videos. And so that's all he does is makes a video every day. And I don't always make a video.
I started making a video every day.
Yeah.
But it's tough. It's making the video is not the problem. But when you have to take 3-4 hours or longer of footage and get it broke down into a 15-20 minute deal, that's what takes the time.
Exactly.
Doing the video is not an issue for me. It's the editing. That's what I've got to do tonight. I said I was putting a video out for it come out this morning, and I got to have one to go out in the morning. I still haven't started editing the video for it, but it's going to be it should be a pretty easy one. I sold my yearling, so it's just pretty much going to be just at the sale barn. So it'll be an easy one to do, but
Right.
But normally the editing, that's the tough one.
I love it when the
Not tough.
auctioneer.
It's not hard. It's time consuming.
Yeah, I love it when the auctioneer gives you something.
Yeah.
He he says something at the end of one of my bunches of calves running through, or cows that I'd sold or something, and I'm like, what did he say? He said that on the video, and I had to go back and watch my own video to catch what it was he said, so I made that the title of the video. I'm like, if you didn't catch it, it's your own fault, because I caught it for you.
Well, they get to run them so fast up there, you know, they'll be done sold one that's gone, or be still selling on one that's gone, and you get confused.
Yeah,
You be trying to buy one that's already gone, and you think it's the one that's in the ring. You know.
What he had said was that could be a pretty good deal, and I'm like, I don't know if that's encouraging or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's what I got to. I've tried to get Jessica. Jessica's done. She won't get in here. She's been cooking supper. I'm trying to tell her we got to get used to it. We're fixing to do our 1,000 subscriber giveaway here soon. We're trying to get all of our stuff and.
Do you need some string?
Huh?
Do you need some string?
Some string? I got plenty of string. I might have your type string. I mean, that might be a big thing. Some Paul K string, you know. You gonna send it in its own bucket? You gonna send the bucket to go with it too?
No, and you'd have to come pick it up. I ain't sending nothing.
Oh mercy! Yeah.
Bucket of string. It's the new version. It's the new farmer version of Dumber Than Box of Rocks.
Oh shoot!
People quit commenting on my video. I'm looking at the same comments from 10 minutes ago.
That's the way mine is. I ain't got a whole bunch that watches on mine. That's I think I got 6 watching right now.
Oh goodness!
I show on here, but 17 on there, so I don't know what I'm missing.
Yeah,
mine says 9 and 11 now. So I'm picking up. Oh, the jar. The jar has the jar.
The jar.
The jar is the most difficult channel to find on YouTube.
I've heard that.
Congratulations, Jessica A. Raney.
Actually, it stands for Jesse's Adventures and Ramblings.
Is it? Yeah. I didn't know what it stood for sure.
The night I was trying to find it, someone just plugged it in so I could just click on it. So I didn't go do the search because everybody was telling me how hard it was to find.
Yeah, that's Dale for you. He goes looking like I do.
Joyfield Jeannie said, "Tell Paul I'm here helping doing my American duty." Over on my page. I think she's jumping back and forth and jumping all around.
Appreciate you, Jen A.
Jessica said she's actually going to do a cooking video, but she's going to do it for our channel because she wants to keep her makeup or whatever it is that she does.
She just likes being silly.
Pretty much. Like, well, that's all right. I'll still wind up having to edit it and post it though. So yeah, she gets to make the video, but then I got to do the work on the back end of it.
Well, she actually knows how to use the CapCut on the phone and at least splice them together.
Yeah, but then I got to add our stuff to it. Yeah, she's sitting there going on about this. She's like, "Well, I did the posting or made the videos." I'm like, "Yeah, but then I had to put them together and post them. It's like that tractor video. I got to work on it tomorrow night."
Tractor or the video?
Paul, she said, "Tell you she loves you too, and get her done."
Actually, I won't be working on the tractor tomorrow because I ordered 2 hoses. Because the hoses I got down at Bumgar's, which used to be Orsolin's, like Tractor Supply, but it was the wrong one, so I ordered the hose online, which I wound up going ahead and ordering 2 because the other one doesn't look healthy either. I'm like, if I'm going to be underneath there working on it, I might as well get them both replaced. So once those get here, then I'll get that back and going. So yeah, tomorrow I'll be just making up the video of our getting the tractor
Yeah, and you let me drive it.
and letting her drive it.
So, in honor of my dad, hang a roll of toilet paper on your hydraulic valves. They always did like picking on Stevie. He'd show up with a really nice fixed up truck and we'd fill her up with square bales just like everybody else's. And he'd back over his mud flaps and rip them off.
It's like her dad, he always had a gun rack on all of his tractors, and he'd always put a 22 on it. And of course, that was back in the day that,
You could do that kind of stuff.
well, if it wasn't doing that, that'd be all y'all wouldn't eat that
Yeah.
night. He'd go out and
I don't know how come I haven't gotten other people in trouble doing such stuff like that. I remember when my boys were going to school and driving, and I don't remember what happened, but truck wouldn't start or something first thing in the morning, and I'm like, just take mine. It's sitting there. Failing to realize that my 22 caliber hole puncher is behind the seat.
Uh-oh.
And I hopped in my old feed truck, headed off to church, and I was going to drive by a place where I have cattle at and see if I could see them from the road. And I get a mile down the road and realize that my 30 caliber hole punch is sitting right next to me in the seat. The doors don't even lock on my truck. It sat on the church parking lot for 3 hours with my gun in it. I'm like, reckon I ought to put it behind the seat? I don't know.
Well, I remember in high school, which I went to school there in Joplin, and high school buddy of ours, he borrowed his dad's truck because his car was broke down or something. But anyway, and it was during deer season. Wasn't thinking nothing of it. He jumps in his dad's truck, drives his school, and we're in math class together, and we could see the parking lot, and all of a sudden there's all kinds of Joplin cop cars surrounding the and the principal comes up and hollers at him, and he's like, what'd
they do?
He had his dad's lever action hanging up in the gun rack. Didn't think nothing of it. He's like, Dad's like, here's the keys, go, just drive my truck, we'll get your car fixed later. And
over here in Indian territory, they didn't bother with that because there was a lot of kids that actually would go hunting before they showed up to school, work camo all day, planning to go back,
Well, in Joplin, which, it was still, but they just thought everybody lived there in Joplin. Well, there was a lot of us that still lived out of the city, lived on farms and whatnot that still have to go to school there. So it'd be common for a lot of them to have the gun rack in the back of their truck and QPs hanging on them and stuff like that. But they'd flip out because
they really would now.
Well, and this was before any of this stuff that goes on nowadays. So.
I've been working since I was before I was old enough to drive. We did things like barn hay, and I worked for other farmers and worked for my dad. And that kind of befuddles me right now. I can't understand people that don't have work because I've always been able to find work. And some of the jobs that I would take on wasn't all that pleasant. And I had, before I had my driver's license, I owned a 1-ton pickup and a stock trailer. And I had bought those with money I had made by raising cattle. And I took on some jobs hauling calves for people. And in the fall, it wasn't uncommon for me to get a job hauling a load of calves to the stockyards every week. And their sale was on Monday morning. And back then, the Joplin stockyards wasn't way over there by Carthage. It was north on Rangeline. And I would line up and go haul a load of calves. And a lot of times come back by the house, drop the trailer, and make it to school before school started.
Yep.
And I didn't one day. I got to the stockyards and there was a line to unload.
Oh.
And I had to wait. And when I left there, I realized I ain't got time to go home and drop this trailer. And getting to Quapaw meant you drove west on 7th through Galena and Riverton and Baxter around to get to Quapaw. And so that was the way I went, and I was boogieing. I don't think I slowed down that much for those towns if the light wasn't red. And I got to school, and the only place on the school parking lot was right there in front of the administrative offices. And I just pulled in there and parked, didn't think a thing about it, and I made it, buddy. I wasn't tardy. But by second hour, the principal came and got me out of class and gave me a butt chewing because my cattle trailer was sitting right outside his window and it stunk. Now, I don't think he liked me to begin with. My dad and him kind of butted heads. My dad was on the school board, and he came and got me and made me move that. He said, you hadn't ought to be bringing that with you to school at all. And I said, well, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I know that you're my senior a bunch, but I hauled a load of calves for my neighbor to the stockyards, and I've been to Joplin stockyards after coming almost to Quapaw to get a load of calves and made it back, and I wasn't tardy. And he still made me move it. And the word was, don't park your stinking vehicle out here in the front no more. And I'm like, well, the wind's out of the south every day.
That's funny.
Well, I don't know of another person that was in the whole high school that had a job they went and worked before school, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a lot of athletes that went and practiced ball all waking hours. But
Yeah.
you know, I was building Paul's empire, I guess. I don't know. I never had to ask mom and dad for gas money. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
And I never got pulled over in my hometown for speeding. But the principal's son was in my class, and he did for going 31 in a 30.
Oh.
What?
Yeah. It could be that the town cop's son was also in high school, and the principal didn't like him either. Uh-huh.
We had a good principal. I remember one time where I could park my car out along between, because we had the high school, and then across the road was Franklin Tech, which was the Votech school there in Joplin. And my dad caught construction over there at the time. Well, I wouldn't park in the parking lot because you had to pay to get a parking pass, but I could park out on the road for free. And I could always see it from a math class window. And we get to class, everything else, and I happen to just glance over there, and where my car was parked, there was just a hole. I'm like, oh, crap. So raised my hand, told the teacher, and he goes, go down to the principal's office. That way you can call the cops, make a report for stolen vehicle. So I go down there, and our principal at the time was Mr. Zika. Great guy. He's the only one in the office. He's like, there's the phone. He goes, call out. And I'm picking up the phone, just getting ready to call you. And he looks at his watch. He goes, wait a second. I said, yes, sir. He goes, your dad teaches over there at Franklin Tech, doesn't he? I said, yes, sir. He goes, why don't you call your house first, see if he's home eating lunch? I'm like, all right. So I call the house phone. My mom answers it, and I'm like, hey, is dad there eating lunch? She goes, yeah. He's got your car. He took his truck over to auto mechanics to get the oil change and stuff in it. I'm like, oh, okay. So, told her love you and everything else, hung up the phone, and I told Mr. Zeke what was going on, and he goes, yeah. He goes, I remember your dad. He goes, he used to be in my history class back in the day. He goes, he was a good kid when he showed up.
You keep watching.
Well, that same principal, they had started this assertive discipline. Have you ever heard of that? That they started that when I was in high school at Quapaw back in the 90s, early 90s. And what it was a plan for discipline on kids that was not paying attention, not minding what they're supposed to be doing. And it started off, your warning was they write your name on a board. And then if you get a check mark, for every check mark you get, you serve a detention. And I never got detentions for being ugly or rude or nothing, but we had one teacher that she just was, by the book, everything perfectly by the book. Well, and I know in her class, if you don't take notes and write those notes down, you'll have no chance of passing the test in her class. So I'm writing along and my pen runs out of ink. And so I know she's going to catch me if I try to get a pen from somebody else that might have too. So I raise my hand and tell her my pen run out of ink and ask if I could borrow one. She says, sure, and writes my name on the board. Because that's a strike. You had to have your stuff and be ready for class. And so, end of class, she's one of these teachers that dismisses you. And so the bell rang, and I raised my hand, and she was standing right in front of me. And she ignores me and turns around and walks to her desk. And so I got up. Now, the bell had already rang. I got up and went up there and put the pen on her desk. And she turned into detention for me. And now, what they did at our school to try to, all of that's for discipline, and they tried to do some positive reinforcement. So, what they would do is they would have a detentionless party every semester. And at this party, you get to eat ice cream and they give away prizes. And you get a ticket to be able to get in the door of the party when you bring your slip that the office says you're detentionless for that semester. And they have a set time when they would do this, and you got out of class to get to go to it. And that was the only detention I got in my whole life. I served the detention, but and that was an after school deal. You had to stay after school to serve a detention.
Mm-hmm.
So I served my detention, but when it came to the detentionless party, that principal that made me move my truck came and got me out of class, and he said, I can't give you a ticket, but you can eat ice cream. And I went to the party, and I ate ice cream, if I remember. But I was shocked that he came and got me. And I'm like, I bet I'm the only one that actually ever got a detention for returning somebody's ink pen.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of trouble causer I am, Eric. You just follow my pattern, brother. You'll be all right.
Oh goodness.
Oh my.
My phone practically went dead, so I can't even watch my own comments now.
I was about to go get my charger. I was about to go dead a while ago.
So we're approaching Amy length here.
Yeah.
No, we still got a little while there.
Yeah.
We're still a good hour and a half shy of Amy, I think.
Do you guys know? I was looking at all of this on my edition of StreamYard, which is still free. I haven't paid for any of it. Do they just give you so many hours that you can use a week, or is that forever? And then you have to start buying? What is it?
So for this one, so we could share out, so like you guys can actually co-stream. We went ahead and paid for the month.
After what we saw a year was, we decided not to do that.
Had decided to pay for a month. That way, you guys can co-stream, because we usually do the free version.
Yeah,
and it's like, it's nice being able to have people up on there, but it's even nicer if you can let them co-stream so they can get the hours too.
Right?
So
yeah,
we went ahead and jumped up, and that way they cover us for this week, and then next week, or not next week, but 2 weeks when we're over here at baseball.
Yeah, I should have good enough internet. We won't have any problems. We have Bolt, and it's cable internet. So, and just about always when
y'all have the Volt up there, Paul?
It's called
the fiber? Oh, you say Volt or Scope?
Bolt, Bolt, like lightning bolt.
That's what we have. We just got that here. Man, it is super fast.
Ours is through our
phone.
Ours is through our rural electric, and it's
Ours
a grant deal that they got to be able to put that in. And I don't know what yours costs. They offer TV and phone too when they put it in, but we just got internet, and it's $49.99 a month.
But we didn't do the $49.99 month. We went with the $79.
Yeah.
Just because we have house full with kids, and just wanted to make sure we had plenty of speed and no issues. So we
Well,
got basically business package of it, the 1 gig speed.
we got in on that on the start. We actually paid them the deposit money 2 years before it showed up.
Really?
And I don't know what their deal is with it, but I don't think ours will go up. And there's no extra money you can pay to get better.
Really?
Ours is $49.99.
Wow. See, ours for
Awesome.
what they call the rural package, and I don't remember the speed of it. It's $49.95, I believe. And then for the one that we got, which is the 1 gig speed, is $79.95. Which for fiber, that's really cheap.
Mhm.
I mean, really for I mean, I hear a lot of these people paying $100 and something, a month for it.
What do we pay?
And it's really good.
Ours sometimes, if the electric goes off, it'll knock you off the internet because it has to have electric for our router here in the house.
Yeah, ours too.
I'm like, we probably have internet if we had a generator.
We ours is through the local telephone company, McDonald County Telephone, which we've had fiber out here for a couple of years now, and I think we pay about 80. The funny thing is my dad's place, just on the west side of Joplin, and like city limits, and his house is just right there. And he was on dial-up for the longest time. I think he got like basic DSL several years ago, but they said the house was too far out. And just this last month, he finally got cable internet. They put a booster in there just inside of town, so he can actually have high-speed internet out there at his farm. He's been running off of just a wee bit better than dial-up for a long time. So I told him, I was like, I live way out in the boonies. I got fiber, and you're on basically dial-up internet. So
yeah, there's a lot of problems with the internet service that we have, and the number one is that the small towns in my area all have a different electric service than Northeast Oklahoma Rural Electric, which really screws them out of getting good internet. I mean, they can't get it.
Here we have two. We have NEPCO, which is what we are, or REA. And then you have energy, big energy, and the energy customers can't get it. And I mean, and some of it runs, just different roads. It changes.
Yep. Some of ours crosses the road.
Yeah, that's the way ours.
Yep. Doesn't make any sense.
But they did say that after they have all REA customers taken care of that want it, which I think is supposed to be sometime in 25 before everybody gets it, then they're going to start offering it. If you're within a certain distance of an REA, they're going to start offering it to those people as well.
The other company over here is now Liberty. It used to be Empire Electric, and if you do a little research on Liberty and what Liberty is, it's owned by the Canadians. So they're coming from somewhere else to see if they can't make money on our electric. We must have really good stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We've got Liberty and then Newmac, which is McDonald County.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
But
well,
I think
my beans are all still in the can.
Hadn't spilled them yet. No.
Do we have more beans to spill?
We're gonna have, like I said, everybody remember, in 2 weeks from tonight at 7 o'clock. Do we want to go at 6 o'clock?
You need to be here by 6 o'clock because we're gonna eat, and we don't want to eat and have to have everybody else turn around and not look.
Be late for supper.
Nope. Call me anything you want, just don't call me late for supper.
I don't know how quick Dale will be able to get here or whatever he's got going, but we might try to meet earlier than 7 so we can get started eating at least.
Yep.
And lately the only thing I've been making videos about is what I'm eating for lunch, because the other stuff all the same old thing. And so, that might be video worthy. Who knows?
Yeah.
Hey, I've got the video I'm gonna put out after this one is coming out tomorrow. It's very interesting. My daughter was driving the tractor, with me up on the hay forks on a piece of plywood, cutting limbs out of a tree. You don't talk about sketchy. There was some sketchy things that went on in that video.
And I want to tell you, I've done stuff like that. I had a friend that was pretty nimble, and anybody that's in Cherokee County, Kansas knows his name's Brian Henderson, running for sheriff over there now. He carried a ladder and got on top of a bale of hay, and I picked it up with the front end loader and raised it up. And while I'm raising it, he had to go from getting on top of it to getting on the end of it. So I could raise him up as high as I could raise him with the loader. And then he put the ladder against the pole to change the light bulb in the pole light.
No.
Well, this one, I about stepped, the plywood hung out. It was an 8-foot piece of plywood on those. I about stepped off the edge one time. Then I had a limb that I cut, fell one time, hit the edge.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're catapulting me. So
we've done a lot of limb trimming from buckets on front end loaders and stuff like that. And Dad bought a pole saw years ago, and I figured out we'd been doing it wrong. Get on that loader with the pole saw. That is the deal right there.
Yeah.
You can really trim some limbs then. You don't have to get so close to them.
Yep. And Dad's got one. I don't have a pole saw. Dad does have a steel pole saw. I guess I could have borrowed it. Would have made it a little bit easier on me.
Right?
If they just made one of them pole saws with a light bulb changer on the end.
That's right.
Oh, goodness.
Yes.
That's just where you just get you something sticky so you can get up there and you just turn the whole saw to unscrew it, and then you tape the new one on and
Yep. Good night, Jan.
Night, Jan.
Oh, she give up on us?
Yep.
Like I said,
Machete on the rail of a
everybody,
pickup.
we'll call it the Paul Case birthday bash.
Paul Case birthday bash. Okay.
Everybody come get your free bucket of twine.
It'll be dumber than a bucket of string. You guys, I can't hardly listen to Trey very long, but what I go to thinking about Jerry Clower talking about the dogs they had.
Hey, come on.
Hey!
Oh!
Oh.
Got a hound dog.
And I heard my neighbor from across the sagebush patch go, "Ah!" And that meant, yeah, I got time to go hunting. Come on.
Hey, somebody just shoot up in amongst us because one of us needs some relief.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul.
Maybe we need to pray a coon dog.
Jenny said, tell you, we all had a rootin' tootin' time playing cahoots with Dale and Nana at 9 Acres the other night, farting and boogers and all the other sticky fun stuff.
Golly. He had some gross ones, didn't he?
That was
I
pretty
can't
rough.
go to bed. I totally was like, you missed it.
Yeah.
And Dale laughed, so I never heard him laugh like that. He laughed so hard.
Got me. All these
Tears
women,
started. They were
all the
laughing
women
hard.
don't, they all secretly don't fart. We don't do all this stuff. But they
He
was all at the
won.
top of the chart.
Yeah.
They knew everything about it.
She was the queen. She became queen when she got on there.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, well.
I don't know who did who a favor here, but Gillum's, it came out that they wasn't going to come on tonight and be live, so we either helped them out or they've helped us out. I don't know how that works. But it sure has been fun being on here and seeing how very few beans we could actually.
The thing is, we won't see it for what is it? Be 5 days before you see the results of it.
I don't know.
I think that's the way it shows up. I know mine. It shows that my results is from like 5 days ago. If you go in, look in the studio, it shows that my watch hours and all that is 5 days behind.
Yeah. Say previous 7 days on mine or something.
It's see, mine says it's
verified or whatever it is.
Yeah, yeah.
So
So,
YouTube can come along there and flick anybody off that they don't want.
yeah, they take time from you.
You're just
Tell you
taking,
you know.
yeah.
So, I mean, I'm still showing six. I'm still showing six people watching. So
I think YouTube's really tight about their giving out those watch hours
Yeah.
or something. So,
well, they're tight about subscribers too, because you can get 8 and they take 5 back overnight on you.
yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of
Over the
said here.
1,000, yeah, it wasn't so bad, but yeah. But like I said, I've gotten a lot of mine from shorts, and those
Yeah.
people that subscribe to your shorts, they don't come back and watch longer videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had some with get 95 and 100 on one short, but they ain't watching nothing.
Yeah.
You know, there's some of the things on them shorts that really confuse me. There's a couple of girls that cook that always get recommended to me on my shorts. And one of them looks like she's having the most miserable time. Hannah Turon or something like that. She never smiles. It's like, come cook dinner with me. And she got like 1 million watchers, you know. I'm like, what?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And then there's me. I make shorts that nobody can keep up with. Johnny tells me they're all too long, and I'm like, I only get a minute?
I've cut mine down to from 7 to 15 seconds, and those seem to do better than anything. But it's all about timing, also, of when you post it.
Well, I figured out something about those shorts. If you get some idiot like me to start watching your shorts, eventually he's going to get up and leave it running. My point?
Yep.
Because I'll hear from the bathroom the same line 11 times before I'm like, yeah, get done so I can get in there and change that. That's getting redundant. And then I figure out, oh, this was a coup to see if I could get Paul to watch it enough that
start tagging Paul in all the shorts.
There we go.
yeah, there you go. You'll be like, I hope I get lucky today, and he has to leave in the middle of watching my short.
Yeah, Jeannie said that Johnny said that the shorts are key.
Watch more content though.
What was his word? Don't overlook shorts.
Yeah,
because it was that Annie video.
But those shorts to get what is it? I think 10 million views on shorts. Let me tell you, that's a lot of views.
I thought excited. I got 18,000 on one, and that's the highest we've got.
Yeah, Johnny had one, and he got 70,000 views on.
Wow!
And all it was that bull. And I'm like, Johnny, that's bull. And I think that's what stoked up the whole Daily Danny thing that he did on shorts. I know I haven't seen all of them, but good grief, that poor bull. He's got more airtime than Farrah Fawcett.
Hey, when you find something that works, you might as well use it.
May as well.
That's right.
That's it.
That's why I never have graduated up from Chevrolet pickups. Every time I blow one of the others up, I come back to the Chevy.
Oh goodness.
Okay, I was watching Ranchin' Sodak. Old Matt on Ranchin' Sodak. Do you watch him, Trey?
Oh yeah.
Today in his video, he gave 2 jokes, and he never does jokes. Never.
No.
Hey, he might say something that's funny, but he never does jokes. And he was like, "Old Jim told me that they were so poor growing up that his mama would set all them kids down and read them recipes like out of a Betty Crocker cookbook." And I thought that was funny. And then he says, and he had one brother about starved to death because he was dead.
Oh gosh.
And then he came up with one that I'd heard before, and it was funny too. He says, yeah, Jim told me that they were so poor growing up that his mama would take him to KFC so they could lick other people's fingers. I really like what he did here a while back. He wanted to share his political opinions with you, and it was right after he'd had a breakdown and was fixing something and got way too deep into it. And then he gets in his hay mower, and he's like, since we've got all this time and I'm in a bad mood, I'm going to go ahead and tell you my political opinions. And just since I'm in a bad mood, you better watch them from over here. And so he hooks the camera on the handrail to get up in the thing, and then he shuts the door and starts mowing. And you can hear him, see him in there talking to himself, telling you his political opinions and giving you all this whatever, he's giving you all that. And that goes on 30 seconds. Then he stops, he opens the door, and he says, that's about all I got to say about that. And you see what I mean.
Oh, goodness.
The guy's not a comedian, but he does some funny stuff once in a while.
Uh-huh. That's funny.
Oh, mercy. Golly.
Oh.
I told him all this, just getting on and meeting everybody. It has been really hard trying to watch everybody, because you don't want to just sit on one person, because I'm trying to learn
Remember,
everybody.
like Dale always told me, if you're sitting and watching everybody's videos, you're not making any videos of your own.
I know it's so hard. Man.
I got to go to work every day yet too.
Same, girl, same. I can't watch everything that everybody puts out, but
right?
I do get to watch some of them, and I think a lot of them are funny. Now, I have a few that are probably bigger channels that I watch. Every one they put out, they don't put out a couple a week.
Yeah, I do the same thing. Yeah,
just about all farmers. Most people find it boring.
Yep.
There's one guy I watch, Farmer Tyler Ranch. He's over.
I do. Yep. He is the one that got me thinking, wanting to do this. I really like watching Farmer Tyler Ranch.
I know that there's a lot of cattle get raised in California. There's a lot of dairies out there, but just about everybody out there irrigates. And you know what somebody here would think if you irrigated a cow pasture? He's lost his mind. And
Yep.
And the dude, he has not only that, he 1 year he done like all of his whole calf crop was freezer beef. And he had it lined up to do that, and he decided that was going to be quite a bit more work than he wanted, and it's working out to where he's almost back to that. But if he has to sell something to stockyards, he gets it in the trailer and hauls it 2 hours.
Oh, I know. That's
insane to me.
I said he can't be. I said I just didn't know anybody was that normal from out there.
Yeah, I mean, either. I never met a liberal before.
He almost seems like one of us old redneck something, or like old country boy. I don't seem normal coming from out there.
I ain't gonna say nothing because I was watching a video the other day, and it was on Shorts. I don't remember who it was that put it up, but it was a song from 1949, and the title of the song is "I'm My Own Grandpa." And I'm pretty sure it was somebody from McDonald County that wrote it. I listened to the first verse of the song, and I'm like, this is pretty intricate for 1949. How did they figure all this out without that girl putting up all these names of these people that's related to this one dude? I mean, the song goes like, I married this gal and she had a grown-up daughter, and my dad fell in love with her, and they had a son, and so did we. And then I became my own uncle.
Grandpa Jones.
Well, it wasn't who was singing it, but
was it?
No, it sounded like something he could sing. But the name of the song was "I'm My Own Grandpa."
Yeah, he sang it.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Which it was funny on the phone with Dale and Lisa earlier, and
I knew somebody from McDonald County know more about that song than I did.
There's not very many branches in the family tree.
All the family trees.
More like a light pole.
he tagged you in a Facebook about his tractor, he tagged my cousin in it also in it, and he tells Dale, he says, Tina's cousin that married my cousin, so we're both cousins, and but it don't make us cousins.
We're trying to explain that to one of our kids, which I make jokes and everything else. Of course, my grandma, my dad's mom, is from McDonald County, so I'm still related to 3/4 of the people here anyway. Again, not very many branches in the trees. But
You didn't know how right he was.
My daddy went to Minnesota and found my mom.
Oh, you got a transplant.
Right.
yeah, Tina had to go 2 counties away to find somebody not related. But then I'm still related to half everybody down here.
He's the one that got away that didn't get away.
Oh.
Make hard times, but my grandma, she grew up over in the Boot Heel, or my nanny, my mom's mom, grew up over in southeast Missouri in the Boot Heel area, and her mom and dad were first cousins. So they make McDonald County look civilized.
Y'all, you ain't gonna believe this. My and I don't have a youth minister or youth director right now at my church. The youth director at my church got married and decided that they was going to go to the church that her new husband went to, which is fine. But she lined me up to preach their wedding. I'm going to be the officiant at her wedding. And then she tells me, we're going to have it at that glass chapel at Bella Vista. I'm like, okay. So I have to call Arkansas and get registered in Arkansas so that I can officiate a wedding. But it's a weekend when she told me. So, Paul's brilliant. He's got a mind of his own. He can find out what he needs to find out. I'll just ask my phone. So I asked my phone, what do you have to do to be able to marry somebody in Arkansas? It didn't come up with any answers to that question. What it did come up with is most asked questions like that.
Oh, goodness.
And do you want to venture a guess what the most asked question was? Can I marry my cousin in Arkansas? That was the most asked question.
Oh, wow.
I said, forget this. I ain't going no farther here. I don't want nothing to do with it. These people are going down there to get married, then they come back to Oklahoma. I had to call the Benton County courthouse and be put through to the people who take care of the marriage records and send them my credentials so that I could perform a wedding in Arkansas, which is so much different. Oklahoma, I have to be registered at the courthouse too, or I used to have to. I think they've done away with that now. But in Missouri and Kansas, do you know what you have to do to be able to perform a wedding in Missouri or Kansas? Breathe. Yes, you only have to be able to breathe. Because anybody can do it, apparently. You don't have to sign. You have to sign the wedding document, the wedding license or marriage license, but they don't care who you are. Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Can I marry my cousin in Arkansas?
Did you find out how far removed they have to be?
No, I told you. I hung up the phone. Why? You want to be your own grandpa?
They said that was Ray. What they say? I had Joe on here said that was Ray Stevens that sung that. I was my own grandpa or something.
Well, maybe he remade it. I bet the original one would have been something Grandpa Jones would have sang.
Yeah.
I can see his wife playing when she played the guitar side him playing the banjo. Fiddle.
The fiddle.
It was a fiddle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And she made him look really old. You guys not think that?
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Oh.
I mean, like, I didn't think she was attractive or something like that, but I was kind of thinking to myself, she could probably bake cookies, and he's past that.
Well, we lost one like.
Oh,
Somebody
Grandpa
tried-
Jones recorded. I don't know if he wrote it or what, but he recorded it in 1947.
written by Paul Latham. Latham? I don't know what that's.
I don't see. Which
Is
I
he
typed
from
him in.
Pineville?
Joyfield Jenny said, "Tell Paul frog parking. All others will be towed. This is a good one." LOL.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Well, Jenny,
he Googled it. He said that's what it was. He Googled it.
KFC and lick somebody else's fingers, I guess. If you're hungry and poor. I heard one football player years ago about to give his testimony, and he got everybody's attention by telling them when he grew up, they were poor. They wasn't poor, they was po.
That was
Poe.
Yeah, they were so po they couldn't afford the O and the R.
But
Oh gosh.
I had to fix that one light.
Yep.
But
Well, we're within an hour of a Amy. Yeah. Oh. Amy and them must be driving or something, because they hadn't popped up on any of us.
Probably would be. They're
Yeah.
they're farther down south than Johnny and Christine, aren't they?
I'm not sure
that
where
or
they're all at.
west, one of the two.
maybe both.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of both. But yeah.
Yeah.
So
Are y'all all coming to Pinecone Fest?
If you get us room booked,
we're
No.
planning on it. I've already got time off from work. I gotta get a room booked. But yeah, we're planning on being there.
Nope, I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna make it to something else though one of these days. I'm hoping that I can make it to 10 Killer coming up next year, but I won't be going on the cruise. And it has nothing to do with money. If I wanted to go on the cruise, I could go on the cruise, I think. But my folks live down the road a mile from me, and they're getting up there in age, and it's not like they need me just every little bit, but they're the ones I'd have to dump all my chores off onto, and I don't want to do that.
Tony said, "Hey guys, we are sunburnt."
I bet
Been out here at them drag races all day.
Yeah, it was hot out in the sun today. I did a little repair work on my feed bin today, which made me stand out in the sun on the back of my pickup working on a motor. It was hot.
it makes me a little sad to watch Johnny race though in that car because we had my dad's 1966 GTO that he bought brand new, and what about 2-3 years ago, my sister traded it for a Chevy Cruze. So he had bought it brand new. We had it all these years, and so kind of sad.
Yep.
I've got a relic kind of like that, and it has a story. Maybe I need to drag the thing out of the barn. Maybe I'll get it drug out of the barn and try to wash the dirt off from it for a birthday weekend. But I have my granddad's 47 Chevy 3/4 ton pickup.
Oh wow!
And I had it painted up, and the guy kind of fixed a lot of stuff on the body on it, and we changed the motor and put something a little bit newer in it that was a little
Good.
Several years ago, but I just don't use it. It got to where it was one of those things where I didn't. It's on the original running gear, and let me tell you something: they don't compete with today's running gear, and so it don't drive well. But the story that comes with the old truck was it was the first truck that my grandpa ever had, and he bought it, and he had to take the motor out of his car to put in it so he could drive it. And Grandpa used that truck for everything, but the story he told with it was that he traded the neighbor half a hog butchered for that truck.
Goodness.
Wow.
Kind of sounds like one of them Hatfield McCoy stories, don't it? That all started over a pig, didn't it?
Sort of like Dad's old. I've got his 1959 Chevy Biscayne. It's still out there in the field, and you know how some of those on Facebook where they've got trees growing through them, and they say, "Oh, I'm going to fix it up." This one's got more than one tree growing through it.
Yeah.
I've got neighbors that have had a lot of really nice farm equipment, and they could buy anything they wanted to. The guy had a spring shop, and one of his biggest customers was J.B. Hunt. He sold truck springs to J.B. Hunt for years, and so he could afford just about anything he wanted to buy. And about 2/3 of their equipment now is mixing wood with iron. Trees growing through it, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Two of my favorite things: wood and iron.
Wood and iron.
Put them both together, and you got something ain't worth nothing. But if you have
Not like a bucket of twine.
bucket of string. You put them both together, you got a bucket of string. Wood and iron.
Oh.
Angie. There, I could actually say it. Whatever that was.
Angie in the house. Tony in the house.
Oh, goodness.
Oh,
Who is Crystal?
Crystal. I don't know.
Best kind of trucks. She's a mod. Do you know?
Crystal is there is a Crystal on there that is my sister.
That could be her.
Her handle is Crittle, I think it is. Crittle.
This one's spelled Crystal.
Yeah, that's the way it shows up. But her YouTube stuff is Crittle. So
You know,
I bet that's her.
on
She says your whole sister. Yeah, you my whole sister. I need to specify that. If you hear them talking about Arkansas and stuff, is that what it is?
Woo!
Oh, God.
There you go.
Angie.
I didn't know I had to say it was my whole sister. I mean, I thought when I said it was my sister, I mean, you know. I'm sorry, I didn't know that Paul could see your name because I mean, look, I'm confused on all these comments because I'm commenting to people on mine, and then Jeannie's telling me, well, they're not in here. So I mean, I don't know if I don't know where I'm just commenting. That's why I'm just trying to say it. So if I say it, everybody will see it.
Same. We're glad y'all are in here. Hello, Crystal.
Yeah, wherever y'all are watching.
I had tried to reply in Chris and Amy's. I was in the comments on their live the other night, and or maybe in Dale's. I had spaced my words all the way out. I thought they'll read this slow like there's somebody more like me, you know. Let's just put it this way: a little touched in the head, and I'm like, they'll read this like me. The gate was open, you know, or whatever. YouTube took all the spaces out. I had like spent 3 minutes putting spaces between my words to make this real peculiar looking comment. And it goes up there, and I'm like, well, there you go. They didn't like my spacing. You can't make stuff like this up.
Yeah, I got a lot to figure out on this. This is what the other night Dale made me a moderator on his channel. I'm like, I got to figure out how to moderate.
Right? That's what I did.
I'm a moderator. I got the little Rich beside my name.
There's a couple things moderators need to do, and I'm a moderator on Thomas Farms TN. when he goes live, I moderate a little bit for him. But I haven't never dropped somebody's link, but he'll have a bunch of trolls that'll come into his asking all weird questions.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to get Jenny to give me some points, some pointers. I mean,
there and delete them.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, what are you going to do with that? And it was one time I'm sitting there and I'm a moderator and I'm not even watching the chat. I'm watching Russ talk about something, and then he looks at me and looks right through the screen and he says, "Is there any moderators in here?" I look over there and it's all trolls. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Tina. Did he see me? What happened?
Oh goodness!
I'm wondering if he's ringing a bell.
So here,
up over there.
So Paul, I don't know if you can see. My sister put on here. She says, "So, do we need to type with more spaces for you, Paul?"
Yeah, it would be good because YouTube would take them out. They'll put it all right together. Trey's other sister. Ooh, Jenny's going to get you in trouble.
That's funny.
Before our battery goes dead, before we get off here, Tony and Angie, I don't think we're on here, but in 2 weeks, we're going to have Paul K's birthday bash. Well, not here. We're going to be at Paul's. We might go on.
Tony said, "Paul, you are one of a kind."
Yeah, I broke the mold. That's what I've been told. I broke. My mom is a real ringtail snorter. She'd come up with some really cool stuff, and she'd just make you laugh all the time. And unfortunately, she's not near as good as she used to be, and kind of losing it a little bit. But apparently, I have something like that I got from her. You can't outrun heredity.
Mm-hmm.
You guys over in McDonald County know this because.
Man.
Am I related to him? I sure wish I had
very many branches.
Well, some of them they work out, they go right back.
We're going back to that light pole.
My family tree looks like the light pole.
Our oldest daughter, Abby, when she was probably 6th or 7th grade, when she started realizing, boys and all that, she's come home, like, "Hey, so and so." Tina's like, "Yeah, you're related."
That's your cousin.
A couple weeks later, she'd be like, "Well,
what about
this
guy?"
And, nope, you're related through this way.
I'll tell you what, some of that kind of stuff confuses me a little bit. There's a guy that was in my brother's class in school, and I don't know how he convinced so many women it was okay to have relations with him and not be married to. And at one time, I think he had more children in the high school at 2 different local schools than anyone has ever had through those schools. Wow. I was like, he should be on the school board at both schools. Yeah. And then, thank goodness, just about all of his kids were boys. He hardly had any girls. But I'm like, man, if he had as many girls as he had boys, somebody'd have to go to school and explain to them, no, you can't date that guy. Your brother, And I don't want.
The little towns in the county all have their own up to the 8th grade, and then there's one high school for the whole county. Mm-hmm. Once she got to high school, she's like, "Oh, well, this guy," and it's like, "Nope." Well, what about this guy? Nope. And it went on and on. It's just like, oh, brother.
Hello, Beverly.
But my phone's fixing to die on me here, so.
Hey, we're just getting people. I'm getting viewers steadily going up. I guess it's getting late now. People ain't got nothing else to do now.
Somebody needs to erase Izzo pretty bad. Get rid of Izzo. Excommunicate them.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I'm looking at your chest. Oh my.
Did we get-
Whoever Izzo is.
Hide user on this channel.
Jenny, excommunicate Izzo.
There, I got him.
You had a whole fan club,
Would you?
Tina.
Wow.
Wow, was right. That's the same kind of stuff that was showing up on Russ's live one night.
Oh. Party people gotta be like that.
They ain't got a lot else to do.
Yeah, they ain't got a life. You never know.
And they sit in Mama's basement all the time, and yeah, that's all they have is the internet.
Their family tree looks like a light pole.
That's it.
We can only hope, right?
Oh goodness.
Oh god.
Troll, that's right, Jenny. Whack a troll.
Whack a troll.
Telephone pole with the coon sitting on top of it.
Oh my God. Like I said, Dad traveled way off. He went to visit an army buddy after he got out of the army. He went to northern Minnesota and found my mom. So way across there.
Yeah, but you're in the same predicament I am. Half your family's still related to everybody else in the county.
Yeah.
Well, me, I'm only a quarter.
I realized here not very long ago, we have a mutual friend on Facebook named Mike.
Yeah, he's one of our nephews.
Mike's been to my place a whole bunch. He comes over and gets slabs about once a winter.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Actually, from the time I was a little kid, I remember going over to Mike's and baling his dad's hay over there on Highway 43 and Foliage Road.
He's good people. We like him.
He's a pretty good feller.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Mike. And I believe his brother.
Vacation.
He was bringing his brother with him to get slabs. Hank lives right there by him.
Yep.
Small world, ain't it?
Uh-huh.
Or are we all family?
That light pole.
We would have went to the family reunion, but we was hanging out with so and so. Well, they're family too. Yeah.
If you got a family reunion to pick up chicks, you might be a redneck. Oh, yeah, Foxford.
Right. Oh, quick.
Well, there's another one. There. Oh, Izzo 300 now, huh?
Are they back now?
Somebody better get him. He's wanting you to take your shirt off and all kind of stuff on here is showing.
Jenny.
I can tell you one thing.
Jenny, somebody whack him.
Take him out.
Fuck him completely.
Let me see your phone, sweetie.
Yeah.
We need to unhide, put user in timeout, go to channel.
Oh, I missed the timeout.
Yeah, we don't want timeout. We want
Really
it gone.
Execute. Execute. Is there an option for execute?
I wish. Let's see here. Channel activity, go to channel.
Hey, that's good, Crystal. You missed out on a good thing to miss out on. You don't need them. Oh, he blocked Jenny. Poor Jenny.
I wish there was a.
Wonder whose channel he's coming in under. That's what I was wondering.
Hey, it's not on. It don't show connected to mine.
Well, he showed on ours. So.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Well, he knows Tina. You know.
He does?
Yeah, he keeps mentioning your name.
Yeah, he keeps mentioning you. That's what he said. What go? He said, "Take your shirt off." That was one of the comments he had.
Yep.
I don't know what he. Yeah, Crystal, you probably can't see him because you're watching on my live. I think it's coming across on Tina and Eric's.
Yeah,
I think.
That's all right. But
as long as somebody zapped him, that's all that matters.
Well,
it's probably kind of like driving down the highway. You really can't control who's following you.
Right.
Jenny said, "Get him." She says, "He blocked me, so I can't whack him."
I was trying to figure out if there's a block funk feature or something, but I couldn't. So
Oh, well, the way that these cyber guys work, they probably can come up with another channel and be back
Right.
in a minute. But
Oh yeah.
what can you do? They're
Yep.
trying to spoil everybody else's fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's all they're doing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but if get rid of him, there'll be somebody else later on down the road, anyways. So.
Oh yeah.
They'll come up and say you should have got a green tractor. Probably Dale.
Let me tell you, after this year, I don't want no green nothing. The year we've had with green stuff.
I tell Dale about every time we get to talking about tractors that if it's green here, we either mow it or spend it. And he just ignores me completely.
You take your shirt off and show him up.
Nobody wants to see that. They'll get our channel removed.
Oh my, Angie.
If you're going to do that, wait a minute. I want to go shoot off my hole puncher at the same time. That way it won't just be your fault.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh,
speaking of
goodness.
the hole punchers, I was actually thinking about taking my personal YouTube channel that I've had for years that changed the name on. I was like, you know what? I could do some of my hole punching PP stuff on that, but YouTube's changed so many of the
There,
rules.
there he is. There he is again.
So,
Now he's ISO 200.
Put user in timeout. Channel activity.
He's just changed. It's under different names. Is what he keeps coming up under. That last one was ISO 300, and now it's ISO 200.
Oh no. Ovita's still in there. She beat me to it.
Oh
okay.
my lordy, dude! Come on.
3 more channels. He was nasty on. Does
Beverly says she got him blocked.
Okay, Jen A, tell me how you make sure you're on subscriber mode.
Yeah, we're on subscriber mode, but I think it's only got to be, you only got to be a subscriber for like 5 minutes. And then
Yeah, you can set. Yeah,
Does that mean we
That's-
got new subscribers?
I don't know. But he's back at it again.
yeah, he's back with it. I
Hey,
thought
that might be
Beverly
just a
said.
good time to get out of here.
Mine jumped 10.
There you go. Is he banned? He's banned now.
Yep.
Good deal.
And
There
their
you go.
comments was removed. So
Yeah.
he's on.
Yeah, I was able to
Yeah.
do it up there through StreamYard and ban him that way. Of course, again, that's probably only going to work till he makes it.
A ninja
Now,
cousin.
Facebook's got one where not only do you ban them, but you can actually block their IP address. So if they turn around and make a new one, as long as they're on the same computer or phone or whatever, it's still going to block anything that the feature that they make. So unless they use like one of those, I can't think of it off the top of my head now.
Yeah, you're getting older this week.
Whoa.
Not
Shot fired.
Oh, yeah.
They say the memory's the first to go.
Oh, mine went a long time ago.
Or is it the feet?
like my
I got
dad
nothing.
always said, mine's like a steel trap. It's not my fault. It's always closed.
Rusty.
So
Thank you, Beverly.
There we go. He's back.
yep.
Oh, I don't show him on mine now.
No, it's right there. I can't read it. It says, "Hello, Tina. I really
Yeah, you don't want to read that.
no.
No.
Jokes on
Yeah,
him.
you don't want to. I don't know what he. I mean, he is just.
An idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he's starting it back up. If you got it set for 5 minutes, it ought to be taking him longer to get back to it.
Might be a great time for us to retire.
Probably got all those
Yeah.
channels already going, and
He may do it. Oh well.
That's why it's got 100, 300, whatever.
Yep.
So, but
yeah, it's probably a good sign. It's time to go. It's 10:30 almost.
Yeah. Wait. What do we tell Amy? Look, yeah, on 30 more minutes.
Oh been great, though.
I don't think my phone's going to make it another 30 minutes. That's the only problem.
Well,
Oh.
I'm hoping that I can save up enough money to buy another batch of pins before the next meetup. But in case I can't, maybe I should put out there that it's possible that everybody's just going to get a Welch State Bank pin from me.
There you go.
Just go in the bank, get you a handful when you leave.
Because the other day when we was eating our sandwiches on their parking lot, haven't got caught yet. You know, we had 2 Subway workers walk by our truck where we're sitting there eating sandwiches from Knott's in their store, and I'm like, well, I guess it's all right, you know.
I did enjoy when you grilled the hot dogs.
Do what?
I did enjoy when you grilled the hot dogs.
Yeah, some like them black. I don't mind.
That's the way
It
he does them.
There was some of all of it on there. I watched the one where you guys cooked your kraut dogs the other day. Them looked really good.
They were.
She liked them. I honestly didn't care for them that much.
He's like, it's different.
I don't know if it's because with the cheese mixed in, because I'll cook up sauerkraut and kielbasa all the time. I did it at work. The girls cussed me for doing it.
Mhm.
One, it stinks while it's cooking, and then it's
Yeah.
but
I have never seen somebody cook the sauerkraut on a griddle before, and I wondered if that would
New things.
give the sauerkraut a different.
yeah, I think my issue is just with the cheese mixed in with it, which I usually like cheese with most everything, but it just didn't turn out. I didn't really care for it as much on those.
Well,
Tina liked them, but
This is just Paul's opinion, and he comes from Ottawa County, Oklahoma, and it's kind of a weird place to be anyway. But if you're eating a kraut dog, it's got to have mustard on it. That's all I know. You know,
yeah,
hot sauce is okay, but mustard, it's got to have that. So
Yeah.
yep.
I know watching y'all's channels, I go to getting hungry. My gosh.
My dad was in the service during Vietnam. He was drafted, but he never went to Vietnam. He spent most of his time in Germany and France. And the guys would laugh at fellows off of the base who dated a German or ate sauerkraut. They would laugh at you if you ate sauerkraut. But they wouldn't laugh at you if you dated a German woman. I don't know what the deal was there.
Yeah, my grandpa, which he's mostly German, and he always had sauerkraut on the dinner table with all the meals and everything sitting there eating.
Yep, I believe my grandma made her own sauerkraut.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a big sauerkraut person.
All right, put him in timeout for 24 hours.
No.
It won't be good when he comes into the different channel.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He just keeps coming in under different channels. He's done been in under, I think, 4 different ones that I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Izzo, take a hike.
Yeah.
So,
Go to bed. It's probably past his bedtime.
Oh, I'm sure.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Of course, you give his watch hours, though.
There you go.
Joke's on you, buddy.
Hey, Izzo, go over and check out their shorts.
Yeah. Go back and watch all our stuff.
Hey, is he subscribed? I mean, you might be losing 4 or 5 subscribers.
Well, I don't know. Last time I looked, we gained about 10, so he must have lost.
That's all Izzo.
It's all Izzo. Let's see what we got now.
Thank you, buddy. You're helping us.
Oh, we got another one.
Oh, he made
Tina,
it.
you're probably going to get cited for cyberbullying, kicking that many guys off of one of your live chats.
Wow.
How many more channels you got? You use all those channels and go back and watch all our videos with each channel.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, man.
You get that dude to tune into that one where you just made it the puppy cam. That'll fix him.
Oh, gosh. Yep, I'm with you, Crystal. They can keep all the sauerkraut. I'm out on the sauerkraut. I'm out. Mm-mm. Nope.
Oh, sauerkraut's good.
Yeah.
That's one of those. It's like I've never met anybody that's like, oh, sauerkraut's okay. It's like it's either
Either
I
love
really
it
like it
or you don't.
or you hate it. It's one of those that either or.
Paul Jenny wants to know if you remember when she said no already.
Not
When,
that old.
Bob Hope went to visit our troops, bringing smiles.
Nope, I'm not that old. I do remember watching some Bob Hope
Not
when I
either.
was a little kid.
Close.
Just because I'm older than Paul.
Do you remember it?
Not quite. I'm not that much older than you.
No. I do remember that affected a lot of people, and I've heard a lot of people talk about the ones that went over there with the USO and touring, and really boosted morale of our fighting guys, and them dudes need that. I don't know if anybody's got an idea what those guys are going through that are in places like Saudi Arabia, and that it's a whole different climate than anything we've got here in the United States. They're subjected to that. Plus, they're out there and dealing with people that are trying to kill them for no good reason, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
It ain't no wonder they come back with problems like PTSD and that the suicide rate's so terribly high among our veterans. And
Yeah,
then
she said
you got things that we fail to do here for them. Well, I mean, we try, but government can't do it. What individuals ought to be doing.
She said they boosted the morale of the veteran for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a guy, and maybe I'll get some video of it this year. There's a guy in my church that puts on a hunt for disabled American veterans. And they go to his place down on the Neosho River west of Miami and hunt deer. And just about every year, every person that goes on that hunt gets to go home with a deer. And some of them tell us that this has changed my whole way of thinking. I thought I could do nothing. And he's had several of them that show up out there. They actually have to outfit them with wheelchairs, have tracks on them so they can go hunting.
Yeah. That's awesome, though, man. That is awesome.
They make a big to do of it. They always have a big grand opening ceremony. This last year they did it at the Commerce High School, and all of the high school got out of class to go to this opening ceremony. And the band and the choir from the high school sang patriotic songs. It was an awesome opening. Maybe I'll get some video of that put up this year. That guy's name, I'd tell you his name, but he'd be mad at me because he don't do it for any of his own.
No.
But his organization is River Bottom Hunters or something like that.
We have a guy that owns one of our outfitter or hunting stores in Monroe or Monroe. I can't even say it the way you said it a while ago. But anyway, and they own I want to say it's close to 2,000 acres near one of our refuges, and they do a hunt like that. It's a couple places he's involved in. They do hunts for veterans and stuff. It's a pretty cool deal.
Yeah, I think that this guy and his organization has been putting on hunts for like 17, 18, 19 years now, something like that, and he's perfected it. He don't actually go down there and pick out the deer and lead them home and feed them, but it's almost that good.
Yeah.
And the guys have a great time.
There was an outfit that was looking to buy land around this area too that does stuff like that for veterans, and I think they buy a few hundred acres.
I think his phone died.
Yep, it may have something blanked on it.
Here?
We're still here. Are you there?
I'm still here. Yeah, I just kind of flashed on which I said I know my battery's about to die on the phone, but there was an outfit that they was looking at buying property around McDonald County area, or at least in this general vicinity, that buys land. They'll buy a few hundred acres, like say here, down in Texas, up north, out further out west and stuff, that does stuff like that for veterans. And I don't know if they ever got a place or if they found something, somewhere else, but I can't remember for the life of me.
His name was Tom Peterson.
Tom Peterson. So, but
Good deal, Jenny.
So got it.
Oh my
that would have been
God.
kind of though. So,
This guy actually was a farmer, and he's the one that puts them on over at Miami. He was he's not a veteran, but he was a pecan farmer and has a bunch of land on the river bottom. Of course, that makes for really good hunting ground.
Mhm.
And you can't make a living just on pecans, friend. Them old
Yeah.
big trees that you look like they would make a whole bunch of pecans, only grow a crop every other year or something like that.
yeah,
And so, but he has an engineering degree. He's a very intelligent guy, but he has figured out how to do this and get several different groups involved, and all of them benefit from it, and especially the support for our disabled veterans. Just one of those things. There's nothing else you can say about it. It's a good deal.
yep.
And
And it
it's
makes
kind of
people like that
opposite
be able
of-
to do stuff, and yeah, the government sure as heck ain't going to do it, but so
Yep. When the government can't do what we should be doing to start with, we should pick up the ball and do it ourselves.
yeah.
And there's an awful lot of that. I don't think we can.
Well,
There is no way we as a people could band together to take care of all the medical benefits for veterans all together. And so then they've got this system, and the system somewhat broke, but it's not totally broke. It's still working. My dad's a veteran, and he gets some benefits for his health care because of that.
yeah,
And I know a lot of other people do as well. But they have to be really stringent, I guess you'd say, to be able to keep from being defrauded. You know, I can
Yeah.
understand that, but yeah.
well, and it seems like too, because our director, he's a vet with, and he's got a lot of health issues. He goes down to into Arkansas, and it seems like different hospitals are better than others. It's not very, what's the word I'm looking for? But
It's not very even from one state to another.
yeah, and it's like that ought to be the same regardless if you are in Missouri, Arkansas, or Maine. It all ought to be the same, and any vet ought to be able to walk into there and have top-notch care regardless. But he has really good luck down there at Springdale, and he still has to do through private care on a lot of things, but he hadn't actually had any complaints really about Springdale.
Yeah.
Fayetteville.
Fayetteville, that's it.
Bill.
Yeah, that's where Dad went.
So,
Times.
Well, we have a different set of circumstances that's kind of coming on us right here in Northeast Oklahoma. Trey probably don't know anything about it, but you guys might have figured it out. There's like 14 Indian tribes that have their headquarters in Ottawa County, and a lot of them have casinos, and we've been putting up with them long enough that it doesn't bother us so bad. But now they've gotten into law enforcement. And I don't know how this is all going to play out because many of the small towns who figured out that they can't even afford law enforcement in their town have basically signed the rights over to law enforcement in their town to the Indian tribe marshals. And I know that's what they're doing in Commerce now. And Commerce used to do the policing for North Miami. And so no doubt North Miami is doing the same thing. And Quapaw turned theirs over several years ago to the tribal marshals. But that kind of it runs a weird twist because up until just a really short time ago, there was no jail near here that was allowed to take people who'd been arrested by the tribal marshals. And at one time, you would, if they caught you and you had to be arrested, you'd have to go to Claremore, Oklahoma to be put in jail, which is over an hour away. And I understand now they've got an agreement with Cherokee County, Kansas, which is way closer. It's just Columbus, but and I think in the next 5 years we're going to see our Ottawa County Sheriff's Department go away, and there won't be anything but the marshals because Now, if you call the sheriff's department needing help, the first question they're going to ask you before they talk to you about anything is, are you tribal or are you not?
Huh.
And if you're tribal, they don't respond. They send you to somebody else. They send you to the tribal marshals.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
See, we don't have none of that down this way, really.
I actually deal with some of the tribal marshals over Ottawa.
Mm-hmm.
And if
They're
Izzo,
bring over to work at Simmons, of course, then they have to come to register with me. So yeah.
if Izzo was
Izzo,
close enough, I would let a tribal marshal have his way with Izzo.
Uh-huh.
Izzo's probably one of the ones I register.
Probably.
And you know what, Izzo, you need to know something. Every comment you make and every channel you've got watching is just helping us out. So take a hike, you jerk. I learned something from one of those farmers that I watch. He always says the end of his, don't put it on the screen. Good grief. At the end of his deal, he says, hit the thumbs up if you happen to like it. But if you didn't, hit the thumbs down. It doesn't matter. It all helps me.
Yeah. Yep. That's right. That's right. That's what all the people that make comments about the way I talk and carry on or whatever, I said, hey, they comment and that means they're watching. So I just give them a thumbs up and thank you, and we roll on.
Yeah.
There's been a few comments that we've gotten on videos and stuff that I wanted to delete. She was like, no, because it helps the numbers out. She did.
Yeah, well, that's like
short
YouTube. I used to have to go to see some of them. YouTube would hold them for review, so I wouldn't even see them unless I went in to where it says, held for review. Heck, I go look at all of them. I don't look. I am who I am, like me or not.
I've left of them, but now one the other day when we did a lowering of the flag there at the sheriff's office, I made a short and somebody commented on that, and it's like, nope, we're deleting that one.
Well, I kind of do that on all the negative comments on mine, and I've given a disclaimer a few times. I'm like, I'm a positive guy. I'm going to be positive, and if you leave a negative comment or something rude, I'm going to erase it. So
well, we actually had one here a while back, and it was a 10 or 11-year-old kid. And he told me, well, you shouldn't be making videos and all this. So I told her, just let it be. He's just a kid. And
that was on an older video.
Yeah. And almost a month later, he came back and left us a comment that he apologized and he never should have said that. I was like, wow. So, yeah. I'm impressed.
That's right, Jenny. That's the way I do. Yep.
Yeah, it's just as easy for me to delete something somebody leaves that's negative.
Well, if it's something bad, like real bad, I will. But like them talking about the way I talk or something, I don't care.
Yeah.
That don't bother me.
Trey, we're going to get you learned how to say Monroe.
Monroe? I can't even say Monroe. That just sounds funny.
We'll go get you some of them Monroe shocks put on your pickup.
It's a Monroe.
Monroe. Are you sure?
Monroe and West Monroe.
Hey, and you in that?
Back again, Eric. It's on your phone.
Trey.
Oh, God.
Well,
that's like that. We got a commercial down here talking about all the people from other states and stuff big lawyers trying to make their commercials. And we have a river down here. It's called the Washita River, and that's one of the things. And we have some very weird names like the Washita River. People, they want to make it the Wachita, or Lafouche. If you'd see how these things is, we have some. I would love for people, you might want to do something, go on there and just give you names of stuff, especially down South Louisiana, and just see how you would pronounce some of those names.
Oh, yeah.
They got X's and P's, and it ain't none of it in none of the sound of it, but it's in the spelling of it.
Some of that same kind of stuff haunts me daily. And it's this. It's what are people putting their trust in when they, when they see a name or something like that. And I like, I'm like, I know what the problem is. The problem is people putting their trust too much in doctors and they don't even know they're putting their trust in doctors. because you're going to go into a doctor's office and he's going to ask you what the matter is. And if you knew what the matter is, you'd do something about it.
Yeah.
And so you tell him what the matter is, and then he writes down something that he can't read and you can't read, and you carry that to a druggie. And the druggie looks at that and gives you something to take for what's the matter with you.
Mhm.
Now you tell me where people are putting their trust.
That's like when our son
That's
Jamie,
right. You're exactly right.
he was born, which Tina couldn't breastfeed very much, but she said she's going to do what she could. And he comes in, doctor comes in when we're getting ready to go, give her a prescription for pain. And at that time, Jamie is on the,
He's nursing.
he's nursing, hands his prescription for pain.
Codeine.
Well, you didn't even know that at the time.
He's on the. He's nursing.
And
Thank you for not saying it, because we have to ban you and erase all your comments, Eric.
You and Izzo or whatever in the background.
Where's Izzo when you need him? He didn't seem so bad.
but doctor hands him this prescription for pain.
Goodness.
That kid sleeps for a week solid. That next Saturday, we've got.
No, I was at church and I went back to change him and take a pain pill, and it's like, I wonder.
Well, this is after the baby shower, because your mom, sister, and my mom and grandma and everybody. This kid's being passed around. He's just like a sack of taters being passed around. This kid is zonked out, and yeah. So finally, when she was at church the next day, and come to find out that that doctor prescribed her pain medicine with codeine. It's like,
Then the kid woke up.
And then the kid woke up and went to go back to sleep. And I was like, "Can you take one of them pain pills, dear?" I like pills.
They getting whatever you getting there. He's transferring through.
Oh,
Oh
goodness.
my!
I do a lot of it with some sugar-free candy. And if anybody's ever had sugar-free candy, especially if you eat too much of it, what it'll do to your belly. I had a girl I was working with at the time. She had just had a baby and she was nursing. Well, I gave her a bunch of that. And I asked her next day, I was like, did you have any gas issues? Well, she didn't eat too much of it, but she ate a few pieces. She goes, no, but her son, she goes, he sure was gassy last night. I was like, oh boy.
Oh, there he is again.
There he is
He's
again.
back. Yep. That dude. Get a life, man.
Which one is
The
he?
very bottom one.
Nope. It's like he's gonna have somebody else is gonna have to comment. Wait, nope, I don't want to ban Joe. I gotta wait. There we go. I had to wait for somebody else to comment, so it'll scroll up and not far enough on my phone.
Yep, somebody got him. No, you fix me some tea.
So, but I think between him and my phone dying, I think we're gonna call it, guys.
We almost made it 3 hours.
Yep. 3 hours and 47 minutes. Where is Amy? Hold on. We got.
Hold on.
Oh, goodness.
Thank you, Rebecca. I didn't even see you come in. Hi.
Hey, Rebecca.
I think she was here before, clocked out, and came back.
She on the night shift now.
But yeah, my phone ain't gonna last too much longer, guys. So I'm gonna have to get off of here.
It's been great, though.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun, but we're going to have to learn how to shut it off, because we'll have Gillums after us next time.
Yep.
That's why I said start early.
But it'll be a deal where we'll all be sitting around my table, except for Trey. He'll be down there. And
Yeah. I done looked it up. I'm 7 hours at the soonest, earliest, shortest, whatever. Oh, let's see. Tony's leaving. See you, Tony.
Good night, Tony.
We're ripping on that sunburn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys coming up here tonight. It has been a great time. We had a blast.
Hey, I appreciate y'all letting us.
Yep. Anytime. And all of those of you in the chat that stuck with us
Except
this
for
long,
Izzo.
except for Izzo, you can go fly a
Yeah.
kite.
Izzo's been like 6 times now. So,
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
yeah. So, and
We
I'm gonna
appreciate
try.
everybody.
I'm gonna try. I've got to figure out a time to do my.
It is
giveaway.
hard.
Yeah, I know, and I'm not worried about being able to jump on and do a live all the time. I don't want to get on top of somebody, but we are going to do our live here soon to do our giveaway. So I'm going to try to find me a place to fit in there to do that, because I want everybody to be able to jump on there and try to win some stuff. So,
Well,
not to steal something from Eric, but if you find a time, then just get him to put you over on that.
yeah,
Like he did a while ago.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
That
About
or we give up our night and let you take it over. That way you can do your live that night.
Well, that's what I say. It may be just something like that. I may get with somebody or something. I'll figure it out. But I don't want to jump on top of nobody.
Yeah, like they let me steal their live. See,
You didn't steal nothing.
this was all brought on by Paul.
Yeah.
Oh, do
Yeah.
you want to be a
Get ready
guest
to
on
get yours.
our live? Sure, since I'm stealing the next week.
Yeah.
Whatever, that'd be fine.
We got to, like I said, we're still waiting on some stuff. I just got just a design done. I changed it on here, but I'm getting some caps made. We're getting some shirts made. So, and still may not have all of it made by the time I do my drawing. So I was going to do it at 1,000, and I've been at 1,000 now for, I think, about 2 weeks or week and a half. So,
Once you get that 1,000, it'll go fast. But you've already got the 1,000.
I don't know. I've got the 1,000, and it's kind of stumbled. I've only got 50 in the last 2 weeks. I mean, it's kind of. Ooh. But it's
I don't know
good.
what's going on, but mine hasn't grown like it has.
Yeah.
I said I think I got 50 on that cat vid short.
Yeah, it just seems like you'll be chug along real good, and then all of a sudden it's just like it hits the brakes and you just stall for whatever.
Yeah.
Nothing makes sense on.
And then all of a sudden it takes off. Like the last 2 weeks just took off like crazy.
Yeah.
Look at Jennifer Ocean Homestead. I fell asleep.
Oh, how you fall asleep with this?
Look back up and you're still on. I wonder if Amy's ever got any comments like that. You were on when I went to bed.
Oh, great.
Oh, man.
Good night, Jenny.
So,
Man.
but yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and call it a night here, guys. And
Hey, but only 8 more minutes to 4 hours.
Trey, I gotta say something. I want to apologize because I've messed up, and when I mess up, I really like to apologize. I didn't even know that was you on Kahoot.
Really?
Hey, there's a dude named Trey. I don't know a guy named Trey. I wonder if it's the same guy.
Yep. That's me.
And then
That is me.
the first time that I played Kahoot on Dale's Live, I put PCF. And then you've got PFH. Lori's Prepping for Heaven. And I'm like, oh, I didn't realize this was going to be. I had to figure out something else because Dale couldn't keep me and Lori straight. I'll be Farmer Case.
Farmer K. That's the good
On
one.
another one of them, we're really going to have problems. Mind gets that creative, right?
Yeah. Yep. Golly.
That Trey.
No
Yeah, he's everywhere.
way.
Wasn't that in a Ray Stevens song?
Yeah. He's everywhere. He's everywhere. Oh my goodness.
Watching you.
3 a.m. Did Amy really get?
Where do you know? I should have texted Amy and told her, where are you at? We're approaching Amy time. This could be epic. She don't want to miss it. She
Good
at
night,
least be a
Sean.
part of it.
Sean, if you need a bucket of that used hay string, you just let me know. All right, buddy.
He gets you a big bucket.
Make me a video and tag me in it. And say, hey, he's a liar. He didn't give me no hay string.
Boogity boogity. Here he goes. Hey, Joe said they call him the streak.
Yep.
Oh, we got the whole song going on here in a minute.
He'll be in there with his good buddy Hugh too.
As long as we ain't got the squirrel that went berserk.
That's the good buddy Hugh.
I'm going to tell Anita because I played that song for her about I'm my own grandpa, and she's like, that's twisted or something. No, it's from 1949. And she's going to be like, I'm going to tell her, I'm going to say, you don't know this about Tina. Well, she knew that song.
Oh my.
Dale says, I know old country music.
You can't get one over on Anita very often.
See, I'm texting Amy. Watch here. I'm gonna tell her she's missing it right now.
Oh gosh.
Uh-huh. That's Trey. This guy down here at the bottom is Trey. It doesn't say so in his name because Jesse hadn't chewed him out yet. But he is Trey.
She might be asleep. You reckon? You reckon? They might...
I'm pretty sure I know.
He's probably sunburned too.
Probably.
Oh, he does. Well, Jennifer, that's really unfortunate.
What's that?
Yeah, I won my first cahoots the other night. Talking about cahoots, I seen Jimmy
What
put
was
that on.
the subject, Trey?
Huh?
What was the subject?
About all the channels. Yep.
You wouldn't admit it if it was boogers.
I think I got like second or third in that one.
Oh goodness.
I made a push at the very end on that one.
One of them a few weeks ago, and I was doing really good. I was like right up the top, and the only reason I was right up at the top was because Tina went to bed. And
I don't know
That's
how
right,
I
Jimmy.
remember useless trivia, but I wish I could remember things I need to know like that.
Hey, Rebel at heart.
yeah, I know useless information.
Right?
But,
Good for cahoots. That's about
It's
it.
good for cahoots. There we
I
go.
could
That's like
tell
it
that
makes me
Tina had
feel
give up
smart.
and went to bed because, well, there's your buddy back. I could tell Tina give up and went to bed because I was able to win, and then in 3 questions, I was in 11th place. Inside of 3
Yeah,
questions.
you missed one and you're done, usually.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, the other night, everybody else missed the same ones that I missed. But,
The thing gets me, I guess I'm just not quick enough because I've had some of them before. I've not missed a single one and still get third place.
and
We usually watch thing on the TV and it lags. So when we play cahoots, we shut the TV off and watch laptop.
Yeah.
the thing I wonder about is how good your connection is, because that is a lot of getting through with
Yeah. And some of that I'm playing it. I'm sitting at work. I'm sitting at work playing it. So if I'm working nights or something, I'll be doing it at work. So
Crystal says it's because you're too slow, and I don't
I know.
Better.
I guess so. I even got split screen set up. I'm over here. I got my mouse sitting in between the 4 blocks. I mean, it ain't nothing but a 1/4 inch move and click. You know what I mean?
You got someone that's going to give you a run on your money from cahoots from now on. Good.
And then there's me. I'm on there the other night, a couple weeks ago, I guess it was, and I was playing, and there's I know nothing about the subject matter. I'm like, if it was something from the United States, I'm in Japan. I was way out there. And I'm like, that's all right. I'll just watch the comments. So the first comment would come up every time and be Lauren making it home with Joel and Lauren. We get down to like 2 questions left in the Kahoot, and she says, "Hope nobody's using my answers because I'm answering them all wrong." I'm like, that could be why I'm in last.
That's how I did good on the tractor ones before Paul was bad.
Yeah, I
I
remember.
just wait for Paul's answer because I knew he knew tractors.
Yeah, he's smart enough to give you the wrong answer.
Oh gosh.
We got.
Well, Izzo's going to use up every minute. I blocked him again. Oh, he's got one on too.
20
Yeah,
seconds.
mine the other night we had the one come on there about the cars. I'm like, oh yeah, I know cars. I got this. And I'm like,
yeah.
Tina's in there just like woo, or whoever it may have been Eric. I don't know which
They're
one.
older cars. I knew those.
I'm like, yeah, I don't even. I give up. I suck at that. I mean, I think I was. I mean, like I don't know.
Good until he brought the Fords up.
Yeah, I really knew the Fords.
I drive a Charger, so I knew those.
Jennifer says she don't know anything about tractors, meat, Oklahoma trivia, or oldies music. So she just copying somebody in the chat, and I'm like, well, don't copy Lauren.
Like Bowen, what Bowen say? He was Googling it.
Yeah. Dale said
Debbie does that. She'll ask Siri real quick.
And you know what? Some of them you could ask Siri and come up with an answer quicker, and I can get it out of my
Joe said time of response counts, but I'm telling you, Joe, I'm sitting there and I'm watching for the question, and I've got my mouse sitting in between the 4 squares. I mean, I'm like 0.5 on the answer, and I'm still third or fourth. I'll be on fire. I'll be on fire all the time. Still
Are you guys getting eat up by Sasquatch over there?
There's an armadillo crawled underneath her chair.
I was just upset. I hope that's not dog. And I looked down and it's like, oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
I had a coon dog. He'd been
an army.
He'd been all over that thing.
Oh
He
goodness.
wasn't much on coons, but
She thought Izzo done snuck up on her.
Thank you. I didn't have to come up with that one, Trey. You need to have around, buddy. Oh, Dan gave me the answers one time and I won. Every single answer she gave me after that, I was wrong. You know what? You got to hand it to people that's got a little age on them because they don't put up with foolishness now, do they? I had a young man that was asking me a whole bunch of questions at church, and he was dating one of my deacon's daughters. If you got time for one more story.
Yep, go ahead.
This guy's dating one of my deacon's daughters, and we went to an event. Eric and Tina will know where this is at Racine Christian Church called the Journey to Bethlehem. And while we were there at that event, I got a good time to talk to this guy. So, and he was a good match for her, maybe, but he wasn't saved. And her dad told me, oh no, he's not saved. So he's not a match for my daughter. And so I got her talking to the guy. And before I left him that evening, we gave him homework. Go home and look up this scripture and all this. And I was just simply talking to him about getting saved, but he had a different he had different things that had been taught to him in his family. And there was several of them believed a little bit different one way or the other. And they had things that they told you had to do to be saved. And he's like, well, I haven't done any of those and don't know if I could and don't think I can be saved because of this. And so I just give him the basic scriptures that talk about salvation. He went through them. And every Wednesday night, that guy'd come in and he would stop me at the door and say, I got some questions. I got some questions. Oh, we'd field questions for about 20 minutes every Wednesday night before church. And it got to where it was just like our normal meeting place is the door in front of my office, because that's where you go in to ask Brother Paul questions. This went on for a solid 3 months. And Trey, he caught me when I was a little aggravated or something. And we went in there and sat down. I sat behind I got a great big old wooden desk in that office at church. And I said, you ain't never going to not have questions.
That's right.
And I told him, I said, I've been saved way more in my life than what I was lost. And I still got questions. And I said, you ought to ask the Lord Jesus in your heart to be your Savior now. You might not ever get another chance. And he says, okay. Just that quick. So he prayed to receive Christ. We lined up for his baptism. Now, the baptismal pool at my church is up at the back end of the stage. And when I say up, the pool is 5 foot tall sides around the back of it. And that is sitting on top of an 8-foot wall, 4 of them, I guess, made out of 2x4s. And the whole tank is 1-inch plywood, 1-inch marine plywood coated with fiberglass. That's what the tank is.
Yeah.
And it's from 1980. And got the water ready. We had to wait on some of his family to show up. And he goes up there, and his girlfriend at that time, now they're married now, got a little kid, doing really good and all that. But she's up there with him. And they're chuckling about something when I get up there. There's a little old room at the landing, and then you have to walk up steps and walk back down in them. And there's Amy.
That's what I told her.
Hold
You
on.
just told me they just got home from the races.
We were on when you were there. So I get up there, and they're chuckling about something. I said, what's up? And she says, you tell him. And so he looks at me and he says, I want you to go down the pool first. And then I'm going to jump in there and you catch me. I'm like, yeah, that ain't going to work. Said, you need to know something about this pool. This pool's made out of plywood from 1980, and it's standing up on 2x4s that are 8 foot tall. It's up on walls, and there ain't nothing below it for 8 foot. And if you jump off over in there, you plus the weight of the water probably bust that. Then all the water run out, and we won't get you baptized today. And he's 17, 18, 19 years old. He looks at me, he says, okay. And so we both get down there in the water, and I'm like, I got him right where I want him. I said what I needed to say, because it's what you say when you baptize somebody. And I got his head, I put him down underneath that water, and I brought him back up to where his face just crested the water. And I let go and walked out of there. His girlfriend's standing over side calling the shots. He's flailing around and water going everywhere. And she's over there calling the shots like Howard Cosell. Paul's leaving. Paul just left. He just walked up out of there and left. He done gone. You can't even catch him now. We have a lot of fun.
Oh, mercy.
Great.
And I thought about that later, and I'm like, yeah, I probably should have done that. I haven't baptized a little kid in 3 years. You know why? They're afraid I'm gonna hold him under till the bubbles stop.
Oh my gosh. Oh well, Amy. I'm glad Amy stopped over. So
Yep.
she told me they had just got home, said she was tired.
Oh, I bet.
Poor thing.
That's a long day.
Alfonso just had a question on there I want to address. He says, is it true we're all born into sin until we get baptized? No, sir, that's not true. Baptism doesn't have anything to do with your sin. You get saved by trusting in Jesus Christ as your Savior. And it says you have to trust in Him. It uses the word believe on Him in the Bible. And if you want to look it up and see if I'm telling the truth or not, It's in the book of Romans, chapter 10, verse 9. And also in John 3:16, it says you have to believe in him. And in Romans, it says you have to believe that God raised him from the dead. If you don't believe in the resurrection, you're not able to get saved yet. You have to believe in the resurrection. A lot of people have died and not got to go to heaven because they didn't believe in the resurrection. But that's what the Bible says you have to do. What does baptism do? Baptism can't wash away your sins. You don't even use any soap when you're in there. And if you did get your sins washed away with baptism, imagine how dirty that water would be, friend. I wouldn't even be able to get out of it. It'd be so dirty. But baptism is an outward expression of the change he makes on the inside of you. And it's just the way it is. Jesus was baptized to show us how to do it. And if you got any more questions, you can call me. My number is 918-542-4008. That's all I got to say about that. I'm not trying to take over the live. It just worked out that way.
Hey,
That's all
hey,
right.
you got to take advantage of that situation when it approaches, when it gives it to you.
He asked a question. I wanted to answer it.
Yeah, that's right.
That's not a problem at all. So, but on that note, we've made it
3 hours.
Your phone's done.
4?
7, 8,
4
9.
hours and 10 minutes.
Well, I don't count so well.
Mine's got a ticker right up there in the corner. Doesn't yours, Trey?
Yeah, mine's telling me 4 hours, 10
That
minutes,
far.
and 15 seconds.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So, guys, again, we really appreciate. My lights are dying on me, and my phone's dying. So
We're down to one little flashlight. We had to move it closer.
How am I going to give my number on live just like I just did it? You know what? If Izzo wants to call me, I'd talk to him too.
Izzo needs some help. He needs to make that call.
Man, I bet there was
Amy don't know nothing about Izzo.
Let me just say, my traffic on my phone hadn't picked up since I've started YouTube. I'm not worried about it.
Look, I get enough spam calls every day. I mean, it ain't gonna bother nothing else.
You know, they've quit calling me.
Really?
Yeah. They don't want to hear it. I'll tell them that every time they call me. My mom, she offered to pray for a guy that was calling her trying to sell her something, you know, those unsolicited sales calls. The dude called her back 3 times after that because she prayed for his mom with him over the phone, and he wanted to let her know how mom was doing. And I'm like, that's incredible, Mom. I don't know anybody else that's ever told something like that.
Oh, goodness.
That's good.
So,
That's good.
Uh-huh.
I still got 7 people watching. I don't know who 7 people I know that might still be up right now.
My phone was about dead a while ago, so I had to shut it off. My comments, I don't know. There could be people that are thinking I'm just not
right.
responding.
Yours hasn't been dead.
I know it. So, well, yeah, like I said, guys, we really appreciate y'all being in here. It's been awesome. Good 4 hours. Now it's time for lunch break.
Crystal says, do you need an extended warranty?
So, everybody in the chat that's hung out with us this long, guys, we really appreciate all of y'all very much.
Yeah, and hey, Amy, if you want to see all this, just go back and watch it on my channel.
Yeah.
I mean, if you feel like it, just go watch it on all 3 of our channels.
You can
I
find
mean,
it on my
that won't
channel.
be 12 hours.
Amy, if you can find your way over to my channel, you can watch this incredible live. And you can even see all the trouble we had with trolls while you wasn't around to do any mod for us. So,
There you go.
you know,
Yeah, thanks, Izzo.
Yeah, thank you, Izzo.
be sure and put your dog in your purse because that's what bougie white chicks do. And
Well, I almost had that armadillo in my purse.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Amy. Uh-oh.
Mm-mm.
So,
I mean, I hadn't even eaten supper tonight.
We ain't either.
And
No.
then my while ago, my wife told me that we're out of hot water.
oh,
So, well, and I knew it was going to probably we have a tankless water heater. Well, we've got a leak on the propane tank. So the propane company's like, look, just go until you run out and then we'll come fix it. But who knew it's going to run out on a Saturday?
Yeah.
So now it'll be Monday. Luckily, it's still hot, so the water really won't be cold, I guess. But yeah, that's going to suck until Monday. And then I'll have to call Monday and get in line for somebody to come fix it and get me some propane.
AS Blind Productions replied to me there and said I might get a collect call. And if that collect call's from you, buddy,
Wrenched.
I'll answer it. Be sure and say loud who you are, so I know.
Well, Amy, what good's it do to have a wrench if you ain't going to be here to whack them? I mean,
Yeah, Izzo's kind of thick-headed. It'd be a big wrench for him.
Wouldn't that be cool if you could actually put your mods through the test before you made them a mod? Make them play a game that was like whack-a-mole, but it was whack-a-throw. Wouldn't that be cool?
I've been in the channels where the first time you pop in, they make you a mod, and it's like, you don't even know me. But don't do that.
yeah.
Trey's probably rethinking some of his decisions.
I don't. But yeah.
Hold on. Hey, look,
Hold on.
you got a promotion.
Oh,
Make them
I
play
had to
whack-a-mole.
phone to Eric to do it. I don't know
yeah,
how.
I mean, we've learned about the light poles for family trees and all kinds. We've had all kinds of stuff. I mean, I've learned all kinds of stuff. I
Hey,
mean,
Amy, I'm glad you all got to go to the races because I was hoping there'd be a lot of people there to cheer Johnny on today.
Mm-hmm.
oh,
For
Oh.
sure. So,
And how did he do?
Yeah, Amy, tell us how he did. I know he was wanting to win that awful bad.
did we talk? Yes, we talked about toes. We talked, well, not toes. We talked about farts, boogers. I mean, we talked.
breastfeeding.
Just put him over there on it.
That does.
What?
Hey, Amy, did you know that one of the most Googled, or Paul can fill us in exactly after I tell you, you're probably wrong, that in Arkansas, when you want to know about being a preacher to do a wedding, that one of the most Googled things is can cousins get married or something like that? Paul can tell you, but I mean, it was something like that. It blowed my mind. But anyway, that's,
Can I marry my cousin in Arkansas?
yeah. I married my cousin in Arkansas. That was it.
People be traveling all the way from Hawaii to get married in Arkansas.
Oh, got a low battery notification.
Well, you've made it, Amy. Can you tell us what's your longest live? We was wondering. We're at 4 hours and 16 minutes and 47 seconds. Got 30 seconds in there.
I'm gonna let y'all know next week if my watch hours is went up because of this.
Yeah. Well, mate, because all we're going to gain though is however many's been watching on hours supposedly. So I've got like 7 watching right now.
We should get several hours from Izzo.
So
Yeah.
but like Tina and Eric get all of them.
We
From
should
the
give
way-
Really?
invitations for Izzo to start
Yeah.
a fan club.
yeah,
We'll make
that's
it
what
a
Dale
shirt.
was telling us the other night. Tina, Dale said
Izzo
that
1, 2, 3,
I
4.
think everybody that watches, if I understood right, y'all get all those watch hours. But like me and Paul will only get the watch hours from the people that watched from our channel.
Ah,
So if I understood that correctly. So, and anybody that goes back and watches the live, like the live I jumped on with Amy and them the other night, it went, I can't remember. It was over 3 hours. I think it was close to 4 hours, but I was only on it for 2 hours and I think 38 minutes. So on my page, it shows 2 hours and 38 minutes. So basically where I jumped on, kind of like tonight, where I jumped on with y'all, I think y'all was 30 minutes in or so when I got back from feeding the cows.
Mhm.
So that's where mine will go. Start at that point.
So
and like Paul's will be if he was on the whole time, yours will go from that length of time. So you get 4 hours and 18 minutes and 39 seconds to every person that watched it for that length of time.
Amy, did Johnny win the race? Amy, we've asked you this 3 or 4 times. Did Johnny win the race?
I'm with her though. It's time for
You
bed.
ain't gonna tell us, are you? Hold on. Hold on.
She ain't answering.
Well, she's probably
She's probably
typing.
typing. She kind of blur. She been up that long. She tired. She may have a one eye. Not like I am right now. I keep having to blink. No, look. If she's typing in all text, are you hollering at us, Amy?
Is that all you got left on the screen?
So.
Your caps lock is on. Maybe we should put that in all caps so that they can hear us.
Where's her wrench go? She had a wrench a second ago.
Hey, if you put some spaces in there, Paul might understand it a little bit better.
You need at least 3.
It doesn't come up on here.
Yeah, her wrench ain't.
She said, yes, I'm trying to get my point across.
Okay.
Go.
You think we need to go to bed? It's only 4.5 hours into this. I only have to preach and teach Sunday school first thing in the morning. What could go wrong?
Jennifer says, hold on. Amy probably can only handle late lives on her own lives.
So, all right.
We gotta go.
All right.
We gotta get out of here.
Love you guys. We'll do it again sometime. In 2
Yes,
weeks.
it was a great time.
Y'all take care, guys.
All right,
Thank
guys.
you all so very much.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye, y'all.
Dark here.
Yeah, we're. Everybody take care now.
Bye.
Bye.